Right. Hopefully this will be better. It looks promising. It's stable from the moment I started it on this connection. I don't think I'll be using that other one again then. Though I don't know if it's exclusive, those problems, to the other connection, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. People who were watching the other stream, yeah, I deleted it because I want to... I wasted 1 hour of enough people's lives in the last hour. So there was nothing there, just we're gonna do all the gameplay again. I did like 5 minutes of gameplay, so there was not that much going on. You missed the intro, a lot of blabbering and a lot of connection issues. Right. I'm gonna give it like 1 or 2 minutes for people to find the stream again on YouTube, because YouTube doesn't work like Twitch. You don't just refresh the creators page. You have to actually go to the proper sub link and stuff. Damn, you missed all the blabbering. I'm gonna just quickly get up and stretch before we start. Alright, real life noises in the background because I forgot to mute the mic. Alright, looks like not everybody has found their way back yet. But I suppose we'll get started. Yeah, links get auto-nuked. Some link to the live video. Oh, really? I'm such a noob. Yeah, it's an hour gone, but I'm mostly bummed because people have been watching. I announced the stream starts at 4 o'clock and we've gotten an hour and 10 minutes of trouble. That's just annoying. So, hopefully this time it'll go better. I need to reinstate my chat windows as well. Mute. Here. Bingo link. Should we reset the bingo? I don't think we should. There's still the entirety of the stream, even though I deleted the first part now. Right, so for those of you who want to play some background bingo game, there is this link over here. I'll pin it. We can already cross off Mike's internet connection dies for no reason. Dodge Washington appeared in chat, and I used pipes for something else than what pipes are for in the intro of last stream. Alright, so we're not back at Vulcanus. We're gonna go to Nauvis now. I think we're ready to go. Yeah, let's go. I'm gonna load the game. Because we're kinda on a tight schedule, believe it or not. 1000 times science cost and I have no time to relax. We only have 6 hours until Fulgora is unlocked. Ideally the rebuild is done by then. I had hoped to be pretty far in at this moment in real time, but oh well, let's again go on the way to Vulcanus, on Nauvis, I suppose. Now I just remember this trip takes like 5 or 6 minutes, so I could have just started this as the intro. Well, watching rainbow lasers is never a punishment. It's just it's a really nice mod, man. You can try to speed it up. Double speed trip, 120 UPS. At least that part is not struggling. Just in time. Yeah, you're just in time. I would agree. Yeah, we added rainbow lasers to the multiplayer world as well. There's a good reason to build laser-only kind of ships. Especially when they destroy asteroids that are not meant to be destroyed by lasers. Just like so many lasers just grip onto it until so many lasers grip onto it and the asteroid just cracks under the pressure. It's just really nice how basically the arms just extend out more and more until the asteroid just explodes. Rainbow lasers, what's the mod name? Rainbow lasers, good sir. Most of my mods are pretty self-explanatory. Alright, we're going twice as fast this time, because we're going at double game speed. Have a small multiplier here, that's the speed up mod. Don't think we have sustained any damage during any flight so far just yet. Yeah, we have still not used a single point of durability on even a repair pack. So this speed is definitely safe. We won't risk losing our shiny, rare asteroid collectors here. Slow and steady. Because yeah, if there's a lot of asteroids like this, they do get pretty close. I guess it's technically possible we get a spawn. It's kind of random. We get an unfortunate asteroid spawn that is so devastatingly large that they can penetrate our defenses. But you know, the closer they get, the more lasers we have to grip onto them. Until they literally cannot even reach the front anymore. Like these over here. Okay, the asteroid density should be dying off now. Our speed regulated badly. I don't have circuit network yet, so I just use a wire condition on the pump directly. So if speed is less than 25 we pump, then it just pumps the entire thing full again. So it really goes up to like, it oscillates quite a bit, the speed. Between now, so it goes down, 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 and then engine fires at 25 and it jumps up to 33. It's not so bad because this is kind of a huge ship and it only has one thruster. So the oscillation is not so bad. But if you have a smaller ship, you can easily like have speeds varying between like 40 and 80 kilometers a second by using this method. Alright, we arrive yet again on Nauvis, back with our stuff. This is all the stuff we brought from Vulcanus. That has been the main the first main reason to make the journey is getting the foundries for Nauvis. The second part is getting the calcite, so we can use the foundries on Nauvis to melt the ore into... where is it? used in. Yeah, we can melt the iron ore with calcite into molten iron. And then we can use that molten iron in the same way like we do on VULCANUS when you get it from lava. Basically, that has, next to the productivity bonus from the foundry itself, the recipes are just more efficient. Like copper ore to copper cable is like a 100% productivity bonus on that, before even taking into account the foundries. And then you add 2 steps of 50% on top of that, one for melting the ore and one for turning the ore in something. So the copper cable has a multiplier of 2 by the recipe times 1.5 times 1.5, which is like 4.5 or something. That is as if you put 35 Mark III productivity modules into an assembler. In a single assembler, 35 productivity modules. It only has 2 slots, obviously, but that is how stupidly OP the foundry is gonna be. So yeah, that is why we're here. Let's again drop the stuff. This time I know what I need to drop. A stack of bots, just 5 drills for now, probably all the foundries of each type. This was surplus stuff, and my solar panels and armor. Look at that efficiency. Alright, and not to forget, ourselves. Yeah, foundries have more module slots as well. There's just no contest though if you... I wanted to go to Fulgora first because I like the EM plans, but there's just no contest. The foundries are an order of magnitude better for the entire factory as well. Not just for the like chips. Literally everything is affected by foundries because everything is made from copper and iron ore, and that is gonna be going through foundries. So basically the foundries are like furnaces with a 150% productivity bonus inside them, because it's like a 2-step process, and then you can still use them for select recipes like casting copper cable, casting iron gears, casting steel. All of those products have another like productivity bonus step attached to them, whereas EM plants is just okay, you feed it the same stuff and you make it into a red chip, which is good, but it's nowhere on the level as where foundries are at. Right, let's do the trash unrequested trick, because we don't have logistics bots because we're poor. Same order as stuff. Repair packs for all the laser zoos were still good, 300 or more in every roboport. Red chips is running out, which was intentional. 16k red chips remaining, which is about this much. Alright, we are launching rockets. We have bots, what am I talking about? Look at this, my beautiful bot network. I know how to play this game. And the last rocket goes up with rocket fuel. Alright, that has been divided, so we are feeding out. We are producing 2k red chips per hour. Not enough for blue signs. So we have about 8 hours left before this runs out. By that time we should have managed to rebuild the base. And then there was the steel problem over here. So blue science is dying right this moment. I remember now. And that's because engines is not getting enough steel, so we arrived just in time to do something about that. Basically all of this was going out through 2 inserters. This is not part of my feed out system. The rest of the steel has been fed out successfully already. Alright, stop that, stop that, stop that. Manual chest management, exactly as you've come to know and love, I hope, from this channel. Alright. Full belt of steel is feeding out, and now I remember we have to feed out the blue science packs into the labs or we will lose our over 50 hours of 1k SPM. For as long as it still lasts, we can pretend that we have that. It's not a problem yet. It's literally just happening right now. Blue signs. It's been a flat line, 912 SPM, and you can see the tiniest of dips here at the end, which is what's happening right now. So we're just gonna overcompensate for that a little bit. In the last two lines here. Wait, this should be on this side. I had a little bit of blue signs left over from when we rebuilt the resupply lines and hand-fed a couple inventories of stuff in there. Now we're just gonna get rid of it completely. Because these are not running. Those should be running all the time. But because of steel lacking, it should be... yeah, steel has arrived now at engines. So engines is gonna get like a full belt of steel from this moment again. But just a minute ago it was not full, as you can see here. So it's gonna restore itself. But for now I'm just going to make sure that all of this blue signs get fed out onto the belt. And then we hopefully do not need to worry about it anymore. Okay, that is as much as I've done in my first stream attempt with the bad connection. What's the crown thing I have? It means you were either, I don't exactly know, the first, among the first or among the most chat messages. Is something YouTube just added recently. I don't exactly know. Alright, so we got, most importantly, 28 of these Mark II productivity modules, which were intended to make 7 belts of ore. Now we're feeding out iron from space, like such. Crushing the asteroids into ore, smelting it into iron, and feeding the iron down. We're going to get rid of the furnace step in here and just bring the iron ore straight down so we can do the foundry thing on Nauvis as soon as we've got some foundries. So that's going to be the first goal. I do not have any good modules though. Beacons, I think I should grab... do I have even more beacons? Or don't I have beacons at all? I don't think I have beacons at all. Right, we were gonna grab some more good inserters. Let's grab all of them. We're probably just gonna use the good ones, the rare ones. And power lines. Because the foundries were big, we might need some bigger power lines. Oh yeah, and the construction bots, I forgot about that. Right, so the plan was, instead of just shooting up my construction bots every time and bringing them down to a planet, I'm just gonna make a set of construction bots for every planet. So let's go first do the slowest step. The slowest step is batteries. Those are being made over here. We automated Mark II batteries here, but instead The Johnnies are pretty close, but looks like I can walk here. Gotta hide my repair packs at least from the bots, because there's a lot of damaged stuff in there. That is gonna go wrong at some point. We can just change it out to rare quality battery. And if we just free up, let's go a single slot instead of 2 slots. We just free up a single slot in here. We should be able to output those batteries in the chests as well. Alright, and then we simply grab some of that quality iron and copper, which we've been stashing up here for God knows how long. We've got 300k uncommon and about 60 to 70k rare of both iron and copper. So I'm not even gonna use productivity modules in those battery things. I just don't care. This is as simple as a hand feed. Alright. Rare batteries, I suppose. I deleted the save game. Rare batteries for planetary bots. That's a bad name, but oh well. That's for future Mike to deal with. Right. Rare batteries. 900 rare batteries should be enough to make bots. So the plan is... I have bots on the spaceships right now. I shot them up. I should have left those on VULCANUS then. But I'm not gonna send them down to Nauvis and then make them again for Fulgora. So we're just gonna keep those on the ship. I'm gonna make myself a couple new ones for on Nauvis, and I'm gonna make myself another set for on VULCANUS again. Actually, maybe I should use my super duper productivity modules for these. That should net me like 9 extra bot frames on the 50 I'm making in every assembler. And then I can change them back again. Alright. So we got the electric engines. We obviously have the steel. As well as the green chips. And then we just need to add 700 batteries to the mix. So we have to wait until those are done. Yeah, that's gonna take a minute or two. In the meantime, probably could use some more belts. Not exactly sure what we're going to be using. But foundries are big buildings and they are fast as well. So I think it's likely we'll be using mostly red belts. And we're going to need some more inserters. Fast inserters as well. Let's just make those two. We're gonna need. I have a blueprint for the initial beacon setup. We made it already last time. We are tried to base it off of as many Mark 1 modules as we possibly can. But we're gonna need some Mark 2s as well, especially speed. This uses 6 speed beacons. We can try to fine tune this a little bit more. We're using the rare productivities for the steel smelting. Yeah, we fine tuned this setup to consume 15 iron ore a second, which is exactly 1 yellow belt. I'm not sure how the ratios are going to play out for the other recipes. Let's go one step at a time though. Let's just make some modules. We're gonna need a bunch of these for sure. We're also gonna need some more beacons. I should have some beacons. Yeah, I do have some normal quality beacons. I just don't have a lot of rare ones. I suppose the rare mining drills, we can get rid of those. We won't be using those anymore. Let's keep one stack on us. I'm going to quickly put back the stuff in my trash slots here, because my inventory is way too cluttery. This is my safekeeping thing, the radars. Some solar panels. We've got normal mining drills as well. Furnaces, assemblers. I think we're gonna use rare quality stuff in the rebuild anyway. I think we're done with roboports. Don't think we're gonna be using that at all. Pipes and pumps. A ton of batteries. Chests. Sure. And we do need a ton of these as well. Alright. I think we're about geared up for I think we're geared up to start doing the Foundry thing. Okay, we do have the batteries. We start on the bot frames as well. We do need those for any level of acceptable construction speed. 700 I should have. Yeah, we have 700. Alright, rare bot frames. Finally something. Alright, so it should be 57 bot frames per assembler. With the 18% productivity bonus from the rare quality productivity 2 modules. They are not intended for this, but we may as well use them for here for now. I'm gonna make some modules, some other tier modules as well. Just a little bit. We're gonna use those anyway, if not now, then pretty soon. Do I have some rare ones? I do have some uncommon ones. I do have some of those. Okay, so I don't need to make those at the moment. Or at least not as much. Speeds though, I think we're gonna need some rare speeds. And maybe some rare productivities as well. Let's throw 4 stacks of red chips at the problem. And 4 stacks of greens. Still feels expensive, but I think it's kinda okay now. And then at least we can design in peace. Alright, so I have noticed that I'm consuming 15 iron ore a second, and I have 15 inserters around this foundry here, but it has to be the uncommon inserter. The normal one is not fast enough. I think I'll make a couple of uncommon inserters. We can make those in the actual quality area over here. And we'll get out some better ones as well. Alright. So yeah, we're getting some good qualities out of that as well. That should be fairly fast. I'm also thinking we're gonna be using those a lot, but for that we need some straight up good inserters. Let's make those as well. A bit more expensive. I also want to take those, if I'm not using them now, I'm going to take those to VULCANUS. I'm pretty sure. Because I'm using a lot of those in my quality thing for VULCANUS, if I remember correct. Oh no, actually only 30, 66 of those. 30 of those. Okay, I thought I was using more of those. But they will still be, these are the fastest inserters I have, so I probably want to use them a lot when extracting stuff from Foundries at like over 10 items a second or something. We can do that. Like if we look on the space platform, like this thing, if you look on the mouse over, it produces 10 iron ore a second. And we are outputting 10 iron ore a second with our 6 long-handed rare inserters. So we can do acceptable amounts of insertion and extraction with just these pseudo-fast inserters, I suppose, with hand size 1. Let's just transform half of those into rare ones then. We can always transform the other half later. But then we have some stuff in our inventories to play with, so we don't need to like come back and tailor make like 6 inserters every time. Alright. So these are done. That's a lot of those. These are done. And these are done. Right. So all of this is empty now. Don't see myself using those too much. With beacon setups though, we are kind of limited to the short-handed inserters, because the long-handed they outsert and insert from too far away. So the beacon, they cannot fit with beacons. So maybe we're going to be using those more than I think. We have some regular ones as well, and then the rare ones. Alright. Beacons, I am going to tailor make those. I have 17. I just don't want to interrupt the flow all the time after we start building. So I'm just gonna make 2 stacks. This is gonna hurt a bit. And other stuff to keep building once started. Why are you using early game inserters instead of fast inserters? I kinda skipped researching fast inserter early on. Then I thought my green science area looked cool with all the long-handed inserters swinging about. And then I kind of took that to the extreme, and now I'm refusing to research it for some reason. Still don't know exactly why, but that's how it goes when you make a deal with the devil. Then things just work out, and you don't know how you did it. Oh, this I think this qualifies for the hand feeding bingo square. I have no defense here, except that I just don't want to overspend. I can make these things once we get back from Fulgora with the EM plants. I get like 50% extra beacons on the production, so I really don't want to overproduce these by a large margin. Especially since this is all my red chips, which I have accumulated over the entire game, minus spendage. Okay, we have enough bot frames to remake our bots right here. So we'll do that as well. Modules are done. Back with our rare construction bots. Our construction companions. 50% more beacon per beacon. Yeah, that's exactly the right calculation. Not even 50k iron plates to get steam. Yeah, it kinda... If the trigger technologies would also be 1000 times the cost, then the entire reason why the devs excluded automation from the science multiplier goes away. So this is the only tech which has a normal price. Like gun turret is 10k already, compared to just 10 for automation. It wasn't always like this, but this has been changed at some point. So you can get a normal start to the game, instead of needing to handcraft 10,000 red science packs for like 10 hours or something, in the order of magnitude. But yeah, if you would require 50k iron to make unlock steam power, that kind of defeats the purpose of excluding automation from the multiplier, as you would still have you would need to handcraft 1000 labs. That's another 7 hours of handcrafting right there. So yeah, no, that is not happening. Right, we are ready. Let's go do some foundry work. We've got everything we possibly want. Yeah, I think we're ready. Let's go, finally. I planned to be at this stage like literally 1.5 hours ago, but stream died is stream died. Right. So I don't have blueprints for anything else. This blueprint we made like 1 or 2 streams ago. It has the... oh yeah, right, we got in the rare foundries. The rare foundries, crafting speed 6.4 compared to just 4.0 for a normal one. With the uncommon one slotting in between at 5.2. What the quality does, I didn't initially care about quality, but I was wrong. Quality is important when you do beacon setups. Because now... I guess we have bots. Yeah, we have bots. I keep forgetting that. Let's somehow connect us to power. Alright, so if you look at this guy, the function of these guys is to eat 1 calcite and then a bunch of iron ore and make molten iron out of that. And that molten iron can then be used to make steel, gears, etc. You probably know this. You're probably more experienced in VULCANUS than I am. But that means I've basically sped up this guy until it reaches a consumption rate of 15 iron ore a second, which is a full yellow belt. I predict to have 5 yellow belts out of this guy of iron, maybe 6. Maybe I'm gonna do 1 extra because I did not include anything for the mall or other purposes or like rocket parts. Maybe we're gonna do 6 yellow belts of iron and 2 yellow belts of copper. Then we need 8 of these guys. So the point is, yeah, I can do a full yellow belt with 1 foundry instead of having to like somehow distribute 5 belts over 7 plants or something horrible like that. And we already figured out the minimum beacon configuration, the cheapest beacon configuration we can get away with. It is symmetrical except for here we've got a rare beacon and here an uncommon one. But the modules inside are all the cheap ones. I think we would rather spend resources on more expensive beacons than more expensive modules at this point. As the more expensive beacons we are going to keep anyway, whereas the modules probably they will get made on Fulgora eventually, so and we're going to make the beacons on Nauvis anyway, so I think we're going to prioritize using cheaper modules over cheaper beacons. If I take one single module out of there, we are no longer at minus 80% energy consumption. We are now at minus 63%. So the goal of this is to reach minus 80% energy consumption while being fast enough to eat up a full yellow belt, which is why we have the efficiency beacons. We still very much care about not necessarily pollution because we got the biter zoos absorbing that. Come on, there was a behemoth spawn. Come on, show me a biter. There we go. So yeah, that's eating up the pollution. We do care, however, about power. Power is not great. We are using approximately 410 megawatts of power at the moment over the long term. And we can do about 500 or something. Everything. This consumes 500 kilowatts. Let's just see what happens if we were to speed up everything to the max. Alright, and this is why we made the extra beacons. So this doesn't happen all the time. Let's just throw speed modules and everything and see what happens. So these are not all top tier beacons, but that's fine. Alright, so now it's fast. Now it can consume like a blue belt of iron ore. But it also consumes 27 megawatts by itself. And I suppose it produces like 82 pollution a minute in the process, but 26 megawatts, if we do like 8 in a row, that's 200 megawatts of power, which is like half our total power. So we cannot do this. And then the beacons add a bunch of power as well. It's like 320 kilowatts per beacon that is just placed on the map and powered. So that's the reason why we're not going full port speed yet. We're trying to go full productivity with minimum power consumption. That is our main goal. And then we just speed it up as much as we can. Alright. So this thing is not symmetric. I wanted to have 8 of those. Let me switch off my roboport. Let's first grab this. Gotta see how that fits in here. I think these trees are just gonna have to go now, man. Yeah, we have to do that. Back. Oh, I hope we don't have connection problems here as well. We're good? Yeah, we're good. Alright, YouTube is back as well. Should I move purple signs down? I don't think I can be bothered, to be honest. Can I be bothered? No, let's just build it on top. I think we've got enough space. We can get rid of this temporary steel stuff. We don't need that anymore. Because we're gonna be using foundries for steel, so that can go. So we have this entire area to work with then. And this setup will only have to do one technology in its current state, which is elevated rails at some point. I don't think we're going to be ready in time for Fulgora. We might do quality module first, so we can make a better quality module setup on Fulgora. So we can build the other quality module makers more efficiently with the better quality modules. We'll see, but for now let's switch that over. Okay, let's see how this will fit. One. I forgot we need to flip it around. Two. Okay, so we got this beacon on the inside. Probably I want to put that beacon on the outside, because that's one beacon cheaper in the grand scheme of things. Let's just try to align it with this belt. 2, 4, 6, 7. So maybe I should do 7 belts. On the other hand, this is iron sticks. Iron sticks can be made in a foundry. I probably want to do that for rails going forward. Yeah, we just use that molten iron and make sticks. So this setup is kind of obsolete then. That is entirely obsolete because we're going to be using molten iron. So this can all go. Let's try to empty this a bit because the bots don't really enjoy deconstructing belts full of stuff. They're a bit too slow for that. Power line is going nowhere, so we can just grab that. I suppose purple science belt is coming out of here as well. We'll have to reroute that around at some point. Okay, then we can do 8, I think. Yeah, it barely fits. Okay, that's not a bad start. Okay, let's do that one at a time. First foundries, man. First foundries. Suppose. Yeah, we can do this in one go. Oh, that's not true. This is the first foundry. Let's get rid of that. That doesn't count. Right. First foundry on Nauvis. Really. Yeah, I mostly care about the power for efficiency modules. The pollution is not such a big deal because we've got the Biter Zeus. I caved to chat pressure and now I can get away with polluting a lot more than I used to. Right. Ta-dam! There's the first two. This power is going nowhere either. Suppose that can be a normal. Alright, now we just copy this 3 more times. And then we can figure out how many extra beacons we need to make. Alright, that is nicely aligned. Yeah, I wonder, man, this is gonna be pretty game breaking, I feel. If my calculations are correct, the base is gonna be running on like 1 to 1.5 yellow belt of coal and less than 2 yellow belts of copper and 0 yellow belts of iron mined on Nauvis. That's gonna come all from space. Whereas now the base is running on a total of like 20 belts of iron and 10 belts of copper. We can actually see that. Not all of that on Nauvis. Or so if we look the last 10 hours, yeah, Nauvis 9 4k a minute iron and 8k copper. So that means that's 10 yellow bells of iron and 9 yellow bells of copper. If we look at global, including from space, global, it's 14k iron. So that's 15 bells of iron ore with 9 bells of copper ore. That is what we are running on at the moment. We're going to be running on, I suppose we're going to be running on 5 bells of iron from space and 2 bells of iron, 2 bells of copper from Nauvis. So that's going to be a huge savings. I'm gonna look forward to looking at these graphs once everything is done. 27 beacons, that is a little expensive. And we're also missing some modules. But yeah, we're gonna make some extra beacons. Let's go make those. And we can reclaim our modules. We're gonna need 2 more actually then. Of those Mark II modules. But we temporarily use them in here to make more construction bot stuff. So now we can change those back. Okay, we did have beacons already. Got to pick them up. That's a bit noobish. 23. I'm not sure that's enough. Looks like we're starting a new garbage chest. Thanks, Miloxel, for the 2nd month Prime subscription. There's an intrinsic beauty to having so much scale in such a compact space. Thanks. I'm not looking forward to ripping this base apart, but I think there's just no way we can keep it, to be honest. The changes with the foundries and the implants and beacon labs, beacons for the most part, those are just going to be too huge to keep most of the base around. I'm going to try my best, of course, to keep some artifacts around. Let me just throw my inventory away. Alright, I wanted to make 2 more modules, but I don't have blue chips. I just wanted to pick up all the rare stuff. Okay, this is all quality low densities and quality blue chips. We are not going to make more from this specific setup, I don't think. We still have 40k left from each type, so that's going to be enough to send a whole bunch of rockets. Ideally, I'd wait until we're back from Volgora as well and rebuild the rocket part setup there. So let's add this to the quality area, I suppose. Low densities. Blue chips. Right. We're gonna need a couple more rare blue chips to make the missing rare productivity modules. We need 2 more, so that's 10 blue chips. Ouch. Oh, we got 1 ready over here, and that is another rounding error. I bet it is a 1 tick situation. Yeah, there we go. We had a right to have that one already. That's gonna be 2, 3. I think we'll trigger this productivity bonus next. So that's 5. We need 5 more. I think we can afford to produce more in here. Yeah, now we're looking to trigger this one as well, I suppose. 80. I think we can cheat our way out of it. We can trigger the productivity bonus and then stop production. Give me that free chip. Okay, there we go. And then we do this. And we should have bigger ingredients. So my inventory is empty. Let me deconstruct it. Alright, and we got back the ingredients. Alright, we got one blue chip too many though. Alright, so now I can make my missing 2 modules. We need Mark 1s. Those were in my inventory. Alright, that's all my blue chips again. Yeah, the expansion chunk thing is kind of weird in this playthrough. So for normal playthroughs, you do not want a ton of green expansion chunks in your base, but with this walling off the biter bases, some specific weird combinations are at work to make this work out. You can watch my edited YouTube series for the details. One of the earlier episodes, I think episode 1 or 2 or 3, goes over this concept in detail, explaining it way better than I can just off the top of my head, as I actually written a script which conveys information much better. Alright, that's the missing modules. How I spend those. Let's just have that run in the background because we are kind of out of those, right? Now we should have the missing beacons. Hopefully we'll have all the modules as well. Okay, it kinda looks like we do. No markings. Alright, so how many beacons do we have already? 93 each. That's a lot of power already, probably. They're merged. Right, we already had some beacons. I forgot about that. We had 34 megawatts of beacons that just went up to 68. The other beacons are at the oil, believe it or not. We are doing some sort of pollution reduction strategy. But the pump jacks run at like minus 63%. Once we got the rare beacons after Fulgora, I think we'll upgrade these to rare beacons and they should be like minimum pollution. But we can still get the benefit of speeding up the pump jacks themselves. So that's where the beacon power is coming from. So how much power are we doing now? It's hard to say with... I suppose the accumulator spendage in the night gives us accurate views. About 430 megawatts. Yeah, you cannot really spot that in the graph. Alright. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 belts of iron ore, and I suppose 2 belts should be melting copper ore. And that is, if I'm correct, that's going to be all the resource needs I will have. Calcite is going to come in on this belt. So let's actually connect that because every other one is flipped now. Also, I probably should not connect molten iron to molten copper here. So let's get rid of that. It's gonna come out somewhere. I suppose it's gonna come out on top. And we might want some of those storage tanks. I don't have those on me. Alright, this is also flipped. Okay, that's bad. This is entirely flipped. I'm not even sure how that is gonna work out, so maybe I should not do that just yet. Looks like we're doing it. Okay, we gotta just deconstruct it first. That one is okay. Just these ones. Those are flipped. That is okay. This one was flipped. This one was flipped. This one was flipped. And then these have to be disconnected. Alright. That's step 1. I think we're gonna do that thing with some storage tanks up here. Alright. We gotta lead the ore belts in. Ore belts are coming in over here. Okay, the ore belts are also flipped. Is that a problem? That's not really a problem. Maybe that will make for a nice pattern. Though, when we get to the kind of mega basing stuff, I like to have like repeatable patterns, which just stack one after the other instead of having like these pairs. That is a bit more difficult to do. I suppose we can try. On the other hand, if this copper is coming in on this side, we can probably get away with some belt weaving action. So we might have copper coming in from the bottom then, like so, and then the second copper ore belt can come in over here, and we'll only be using one belt space, something like that. And then we can start off with iron over here already. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 belts of iron. That kind of screams for a double tank, since we're gonna be doing something like this then. 6 belts. Oh, now we're cooking. Now we are cooking. Okay, so copper ore, I suppose. Yeah, we do have 2 belts of copper ore. One is going to red signs and 1.5 is going to green signs. And then there's one extra which was going to this area for like green chips for solar panels and whatnot. That's like an obsolete area, I suppose. So we should be able to draw 2 belts of copper ore from the bottom here. That fits nicely between this power line. I already like it. And then 6 belts of iron ore have to come from right here, basically. Something like that. Alright, so that means I probably am gonna make the effort to make this go around like such. Alright, so now it is repeatable. Yeah, I had to flip the blueprint because we've got the asymmetric beacon left and right. And that led to the entire thing being flipped, so yeah. It is what it is. Alright, so that's the first iron belt. This is probably right. That should be. Let's just see how it connects before I build everything. should be here then. That one should be here. Yeah, that kinda seems to line up correctly. Alright. That's how it's going to have to look. So now we will have a bunch of molten iron and a bunch of molten copper, and we don't have the stone byproduct because this is a clean process with the calcite, unlike with lava, where you got the stone byproduct. You know what? Should I send my ship back over to Vulcanus? That's a great question. I think I kinda should, to be honest. Before I need additional stuff, at least. What do I have? I got all rare foundries. I haven't used uncommon. I still have 20 and 20. So the ship is gonna be back at some point anyway. It's gonna only fly once. Let's set up the ship schedule. The thing is, when the ship is on the move to Vulcanus, I won't have access to my stuff. So basically we want to wait here until item count calcite is 0. Then we want the ship to depart and not earlier than that. And on Vulcanus, we also want to wait until this is on board, but that should be... yeah, that should be instantly. On Vulcanus we want to wait until, I suppose, also all requests are satisfied. Which is this one. There is not really anything difficult to it. Here we just want to wait until the ship is empty before we fly, because this amount of rocket parts can exactly shoot up this amount of calcite, the way we set it up. I think that's going to be the ship schedule. Send ship to Vulcanus. So what we do here is we will request... that's going to send the ship away, I suppose. Let me just pause this. Okay, if we automate it, it will wait at Nauvis, but I think it's going to not wait at Nauvis. Because if we just simply request 15k calcite to the hub here, yeah, that's gonna shoot out all those capsules at the same time. And if we flick this on, yeah, now it's moving to Vulcanus. So good luck, ship. Let's watch all the stuff come in here. That's gonna be a lot. Okay, there's a lot. Zip! Alright. That went fast. Okay, ship. It's gonna be cruising along at its 25 kilometers a second rate. We've got 7k carbon on board, including like 50 rare and some uncommons. So yeah, we'll probably miss the ship arriving at Vulcanus, but that's okay. Next thing we want to do here. Alright, so now we got the molten stuff. We got the molten stuff. Now we got to do something with the molten stuff. Basically change everything. Change everything that currently goes through a furnace. Needs to be going through the foundries. I think, I think we're better off just starting with replacing engine ingredients here. We've got like 9 belts of iron, 9 belts worth of iron going through here. This is like 5 belts of iron, because it's 1 belt of steel. So that would be a good first project. I think replacing science stuff is maybe a little bit more difficult. So what can we make in a foundry? Anyway, let's just lay them out. Some regular foundries. What can we make? Oh, I wouldn't have thought about that, but you can make belts. In fact, I'm gonna forget that again. So let me actually plop one down over here at green signs. Belts can be made in foundries. I suppose gears can be made in foundries. Inserters and chips and stuff cannot be made in foundries. But copper cable can. And that is one of the most efficient recipes, I believe. With the 4.5 times multiplier on your ore. I think gears has that too. It makes 1 iron ore into like 4.5 iron worth of gears. This makes 1 copper ore into 4.5 copper worth of copper cable. So 9 copper cable for 1 ore instead of 2. Don't exactly know about belts. Yeah, belts is good too actually. Ah, no, belts is normal. Just as belts with the innate 50% productivity bonus over the machine. So normally 8 iron and 8 gears becomes 16 belts, but with this 50% productivity bonus, it becomes 24. But the recipe in itself is not inherently better. It's just the productivity bonus from the foundries. That is not the case with these recipes, if I did my math correctly. Any 5-day chess reason you're not using red belts instead? Force of habit. I like the yellow belts. This is a low-tech base, man. It's a low-tech mega base. By force majeure. It's a low-tech mega base because all tech is 1000 times as expensive. So I think we're just taking it to the extreme a bit. Ignoring fast inserters. Ignoring red belts for the most part, but we're not like, I'm not banning red belts like I'm banning fast inserters at the moment, so that's something. Right, we got belts sorted out then. We don't need to remember that now. It was over here, belts, we can make pipes. Oh, we can make pipes. We can make pipes for engines as well. Pipes, gears and steel, all of that goes in here. Pipes. Gears. And steel, all can be made in foundries. That is our engines right there. Only the engines themselves, I suppose. Yeah, casting an engine sounds kind of weird, so that doesn't work. So basically, I think the next step is going to be steel then. We gotta figure out something for steel. Then we can basically feed that steel belt into here and prioritize the foundry steel or something. That is going to eliminate all of our quality steel though, so that's kinda sad. But then again, we can make quality steel somewhere else and we've got not an infinite amount, but we got something to work with, like 2 chests I think. So that should be enough to get a bunch of beacons until we're back from Fulgora. Yeah. And actually we can replace this iron on the belts. We're gonna bypass this area completely, which is now making gears and pipes for engines. So these 4 iron supply belts can actually become 3 supply belts. 2 of which supply pipes and 1 of which supplies gears. And then we just hook those up directly into these outputs and just obsolete this entire area over here. Okay, I think that's the first project. What else can we do for blue signs? Red chips. Red chips is an EM plant kind of thing, same as green chips, but I think we will be casting. I figured out at a low productivity module thing. Yeah, when you have like a lower than 10% productivity bonus, I remember from Excel, it is more efficient to just cast copper cable directly. Whereas if you have a really high productivity bonus, like endgame kind of tiers, it's better to cast copper plates and then use the EM plant's extra productivity bonus step to make it into copper cable, but at a lower than 10% per module, you're better off just casting it. That is how I remember my Excel, at least. I'm not going to verify that information again, because we don't have EM plants, so we don't have a choice. So okay, so we can do copper cable for red chips. We figured out this already for green signs, and red signs we're gonna need to cast more gears, and actually we're going to need to cast those copper plates for red signs. That's all the things we need to do. That's our program for today. Okay, predictions in chat. When will I be using the first fast inserter? I think there's no way I'm getting to the end game without them. I think you're correct. But I don't know how far I can pull it without fast inserters. If I can do foundries without fast inserters though, that is pretty promising. The main bottleneck for now is this thing. This is as fast as we can outsert. We're gonna need at least 2 more inserters for calcite. But we'll probably just use all 4. And then this entire building is maxed out. 6 belts of iron ore, 1 belt of space signs, and like 1 belt of calcite. Like half a belt of calcite. Around Gleba. Aquilo. I mean, Aquilo kinda shines with long-handed inserters because of the heat pipe system, right? Gleba needs fast inserters. Ah, keep hands clean, monitoring, yeah, right. I use a lot of editor mode for filming the series, and then I obviously switched it off because it is red, it is invalidated when I use editor mode for filming some extra scenes and stuff. So I forget that every time. By Gleba you'll have Fulgoran EM plants. I mean, I can justify researching fast inserters right now. It's like 30k red signs as opposed to 1 million blue signs. It's not about being able to justify the cost. It is how far can I stretch my luck without absolutely needing better inserters than rare long-handed inserters with hand size 1. Alright, let's continue with steel. So one of these produces 1.87 steel a second. Oh wait, I'm missing one step. We need to cast iron plates as well for... Can cast iron plates for green chips together with copper cable. We can get rid of the copper cable inserters then. Just bring in the belt of copper cable and replace the belts of iron, which are now coming from space. Replace those with cast iron. Alright. So that is like red chip kind of stuff. Let's just start with steel. So ideally I would like to make a belt of steel. 1.87 steel a second. Is that 1.87? Let's discount 187. So that is more than 8 of these. That is a lot. Thinking of beaconing those up as well and seeing what I can get away with. Let's try that. Let's try beaconing one of those. Let's see how that pans out. Casting steel. We're not going to use... We cannot make more of those. Let's just use Mark 1 productivities. And we're out of beacons. I literally had... I calculated the amount of beacons I needed here. Alright. So we know how these beacons should look like. Let's just borrow them. I'm gonna keep one set and I can just copy paste those back. We need those for the design phase. I could do it in editor mode, but you know, we spend enough time in the game as it is, so if we can avoid that, let's try to do so. Looks like I should have built it one tile closer. Actually, it would be cool if I could space that similarly then. Alright, so steel has only one input, molten iron, so we don't need this entire bell shenanigans. We first should look if we want to beacon it at all. Oh yeah, we can just simply connect it like that though, that would be awesome. Then we just need to output it. Alright, this is already producing 5.95 steel per second. Can we do it with cheaper equipment? Uh, 5.6, so this way I would need to build only 3. Let's go all cheap. Let's see how cheap this can get. All tier 2 stuff. I guess speed modules don't really matter in terms of pollution reduction. It is the same if you use tier, like the quality doesn't matter. You always get the same negative pollution and power effect. We're at minus 66% energy consumption, 5.84 steel a second though. So we can probably do... Okay, now we're at minus 80%. And we're still producing 5.46 steel per second. Alright, this is okay. This is I don't have a rare. Oops. Yeah, this is a rare foundry. I only have 2 more. So I should be getting up to 7.5. That's not gonna happen. There is no way. Let's try another one. These trees are just gonna have to go now, man. It is time for those trees to go. Let's see if we upgrade to rare beacons. Can we get... With a rare foundry, can we get up to 7.5? Use our most expensive equipment. I think that's probably gonna be a post Mark II module achievement. 6.99 a second. 8.03 a second, 7.51 a second. If we go full expensive productivity module for the rest, ooh, we do end up at minus 80% pollution. Still, 8 steel a second. How far away are we? Minus 58%. Okay, we're right on the edge then. Now we're at minus 80% already. But I cannot put more speed. It ends up back at minus 57%. So it's probably just gonna look like something like this then. That is very expensive though. The goal was not to spend a lot of resources. So let's see if we use the more sensible uncommon foundry, of which I got like 30 or something. Is the ship already at Vulcanus? Ship is at Vulcanus. It's doing Vulcanus kind of things. We can see Vulcanus, the automated Vulcanus into action. Or not. Because we are not requesting stuff down. Can I... No, I cannot copy paste from the rocket silo. I have to do it the hard way. So we want to be... Just grab everything basically from the spaceship. That should be landing shortly. There it comes. It's good we check in, because that could have gone very wrong very quickly. Here comes the low densities. And the rocket fuel. And then rocket production should start. Start up again, I should say. Then the calcite mine should switch on. So this thing is fast enough to not let the cargo doors close. The problem is it's not really a problem, but the inserters don't keep up. I saw the inserters would start to insert immediately after launch, but it takes a bit of time before the rocket silo allows filling in the inventory again. You can see after the rocket launches, these inserts are not going to swing immediately. So now they already inserted like 6 or something. All the inserters just went back to their default mode. But this takes a while to clear. So the next rocket is ready. The doors didn't close. That rocket was pre-filled already, so it does work. But now this rocket is ready for launch, but this guy is not quite there yet. But it's fine. That's going to be 30 launches to launch up that 15,000 calcite. So it's going to be like, I don't know, it's like 2 rockets per minute about. So 15 minutes. Alright. And we should see we hooked it up so that mostly these center mining drills are operational. Those are the ones which belts get freed up first. So we will be mining from the center of the patch as long as possible. 732k, let's add a marker there. At the start of our Nauvis at start Nauvis automation, I suppose. So we can see how far this calcite patch declines. I think it's going to be fine. So will it come back automatically then? We got 9.5k calcite on board. I know, 6k on board. The 9k is coming. Alright. So we'll wait for that. Let us try to see what we can do with this guy. Now it's producing 4 steel a second. Minus 66%. 4.75. What if we make the corners better and use expensive speed modules? That should not change much. In terms of pollution? Ah, no, it's minus 46%, huh? Does this have an effect? Yeah, minus 66%. Okay, so that does... Probably it balances how much which beacon is contributed by doing this. Right, minus 46%. Then what else? Minus 50. 54, okay, that goes very slow. 58. Maybe we should use good modules. Oh, minus 80. Alright, so using good modules is the key. Looks like that has a way bigger effect than upgrading the beacon. Minus 69%. Nice. But not nice enough. Minus 74. Really? Minus 79? Alright, this has good modules. Minus 71. What if we slow it down a bit? Alright, this is perfect, I think. We're using only cheap modules and the cheap beacons. Only the four corners have expensive beacons and good modules. I suppose I could group the expensive beacons up in the center. I think I'm not gonna do that. Let's get rid of this. We can figure out something cheaper and better once we have the other modules in Mark II as well. I think we're gonna go for this. This is nice and cheap to build. So I do want to flip this around then. Because of the asymmetry in the efficiency module. That pushes 5.25 steel a second. So this is a full belt of steel with 3 of those foundries. I could be making a bit more maybe. Yeah, ideally I would like to be filling this up again. A bit faster, since we need another 650,000 steel just for researching elevated railways. So I think maybe it's not bad to have a bit of overproduction on steel. We do 4 of those. Chat, what is he doing? Yeah, I agree. That is what is he doing for sure. Why need the expensive beacons all in the center? Yeah, you are technically right. That would save 2 beacons. But I think this looks nicer for now. Alright. I think we should be gonna get into space trouble. Let's just temporarily route this around. I don't have bells. No problemo. Yeah, everything is temporary here. Gonna grab ourselves these. I suppose I maybe should feed it in here then. Yeah, trees be gone. I think this entire area is gonna be cleared of trees. It's kind of sad. This one is dead. This one is dead. I'm doing it in steps. This one has fallen. It is healthy though. Yeah. Let's do it in steps to ease my pain. Okay, so that should theoretically be steel. 5.25 a second. If we use these, that is 5 outsertions a second. We need a red belt though. We can figure that out later. I just first want to figure out the foundries. Alright, so pipes. Pipes cannot be productivity moduled. So, well, if we just use a normal pipe foundry and let it get affected by these beacons. 10.8 pipes a second and minus 80% pollution. What if the modules switch over here? There's minus 7% and 12.4 pipes a second. Okay, so we do need the speed. We do need the speed. Sorry, we do need the efficiency. Apparently, yeah, it is like minus 61% like this. We do need every single last module to reach that minus 80%. Can we get this up to 15 from a single plant though? 12.7. 14.7. I think that is... Okay, it still can go back to minus 80% power cost. Just barely. 14.7 pipes is technically enough, I think. Because, yeah, we do need 2 belts of pipes, but we get productivity on the engines. And we get productivity on science. Even if we did not get productivity on the engines, we still don't need a full belt of engines because we have productivity on science. Although... No, yeah, I think that's... I'm gonna go like... I want to evolve into a 2k SPM base. Right now a 1k SPM. But... Now we're doing 907 science packs to achieve 1000 SPM. So that is like slightly more, ever so slightly more than a yellow belt, which is causing me a lot of problems. But you know, nice number is nice. I kind of feel later on, if we double the SPM, we're just gonna go 1 red belt, 1800 science. Then we're just gonna multiply that by the lab's productivity bonus, which is 1.18, after we get the good tier productivity 2 modules from Fulgora. And we're gonna run at 2124 SPM, so be it. That's twice the speed. It's gonna be a while, but that's the eventual design goal. So I should make sure I have enough to... I should not underproduce to make a full belt of science packs. So I need how many engines? Let's say for now this is 900. We divide it by 12% because that's the productivity bonus we got on there. 803 engines. So if we divide 900 by 803. Sorry, we divide 803 by 900. We need 0.89 belts of pipes for making engines, which is gonna be 13.4 pipes a second. Alright, then we're there. And then we are there because this does 14.7 pipes a second. Dang it. How much was it? Uh, 900 divided by 1.12. This is just for now. 0.12. Right. There's a weird way to calculate this. Divided by 900? This is 1 divided by 1.12. I don't know what I'm doing. 1 divided by 1.12 is the same. And then we multiply that by 50. Right. So 13.4 pipes a second. So we can do slightly less even. Because there's no way I'm going to get a lower SPM on there. What if we have not so good speed modules? What was it with one good speed module here? $12.7. That is not good enough. 13.9 is good enough. I don't foresee needing any other engines, any other pipes from this setup. What are pipes used in? Suppose they're using electric engines and yellow signs, but that is going to be a whole different ball game. Yeah, so nothing that needs to be automated except for electric engines. Because those are used in bot frames. It's kind of hard to see the tree without knowing what is dead end and what evolves into stuff. That goes into yellow signs. But that's going to require its own setup, I think. So we don't need to do that. Minus 69%. Minus 78% like this. Alright. What if we do switch around? these two. And we get away with something cheaper. Then we need more speed. That's 12.4. 14.0 with a single speed module. Minus 74%, and we are using only cheap modules then. I think that's... Is it better? We're using one expensive module in there. Suppose if we use that one expensive module in here instead, we can get minus 80%. Yeah, we can. So same price, but minus 80%. It doesn't really matter too much. That is like a very tiny difference. That means we got to put the speed on the top. Speed on top, efficiency in the bottom. Minus 80% with cheap modules. I think I have enough of these anyway, so let's use them. Let's symmetrize then. Look at that, symmetric modules. There goes my cost benefit, but now it produces 14.4 pipes a second. That's gotta count for something, right? Okay, so that's our two belts of pipes. Gears can be productivity moduled. So... let's use gears. Oh, that's pretty good. 12.4 gears a second, straight off the bat. But if we want to use productivity on here, it's 13 gears. It's more than without productivity because of the speed bonus. But we need even more speed than this. I think we're gonna forego productivity for the time being on these. We can do that later once we got all the good modules. We can resync the entire build again, I suppose. For now, I think we're just going to go with the same module setup then. That should have the same effect. Yeah, 14.4 gears, 14.4 pipes, minus 80% on the energy usage. Productivity doesn't work on pipes, no. You can also not productivity Foundry in concretes. It just has the innate 50% productivity, but I stand corrected. That is weird. Yeah, you cannot, for sure. Is that an oversight? That feels weird to me. Because concrete in here cannot be productivity moduled. I think that's the only recipe in the game, as far as I'm aware, where you can apply productivity modules in one machine but not in the other. Huh. It was always like that since Space Age release. Okay, I will do everybody a favor who's already using it and not make this a bug report. I don't know if it's a bug, but that's very weird to me. Why only for concrete then, though? Because refined concrete cannot be made in a foundry. That would be a more logical extra productivity step for concrete, but oh well, never mind. Huh, you learn something every day. If it was a bug, now it's a feature. Have you started killing biter bases yet? No, not yet. I'm not gonna kill biter bases. Actually, we might not even need to. I had the one biter. We're gonna do that anyway. We're gonna get rid of these guys, the traitors. I guess technically if we go to Gleba with our artillery turret, it will also trigger the achievement. It says enemy structure, not biter spawner. Yeah, enemy structure. So if we destroy one of those Gleben biter bases, hack rafts or something, That should trigger the achievement as well. But I do want to get my revenge on these guys. We'll destroy the one. Okay, we gotta somehow get that iron flow stuff over there. Then we gotta figure out how the steel is gonna flow out. Huh? Yeah. Huh? That could work. That looks very dumb though. Yeah, that doesn't look great, does it? Let's try a different option. We can maybe do the same. Again, my flipping shenanigans caused the pipe already to be in a different location. We can do this basically, and then something like that. But how do we output 5.25 steel a second then? How many of these inserters would we need? So we cannot use long-handed inserters here. We have been stripped of our fast inserter privileges because the beacons block every single possible output slot. So I guess 484 degrees a second it is. That is much slower than a regular fast inserter. Almost twice as slow, our rare normal inserter. 5.25 a second. So we can calculate it by multiplying this by 360 degrees a second times 5.25 items a second. Means a rotation speed of 1890 a second. So if we divide it by 484, which is the speed of the rare yellow inserter, we need only 4. Oh, that's way better than I expected. 4 inserters to output steel. Okay, that is not a lot. We could actually put all of that at the top here, and it would not be in the way. I think we gotta use red belts here though. Okay. I'm gonna vote this option then. I'm going to veto that option. I think I would lose half of the viewership if I would build it like this. I mean, I built cursed things, but this is too cursed even for my liking. Alright, there we go. Normality. 15, it's more than 15 steel a second, so we got to... It's gonna be 21 steel per second. Uh, 21 steel a second, so we gotta flip that over somehow. Well, that's gonna be a pickle. Unless one of these power lines does not exist. Then we can do something dumb like this. These on the outside. Oh, this will work. Let's check it out. We give this inserter 1 steel. And it comes out here. Yeah, it comes out at the bottom side. So that'll work, but we are missing 1 power line then. That is bad. I mean, it's not tragically bad, but it is not great. I mean, there's also the option of just doing... it would lead to the same problem, kind of. Just 2 inserters here and 2 inserters over here. Oh, that would work as well. So that automatically balances steel output per planned instead of just switching the entire belt over halfway. And I mean, I think this looks nicer, but it has the power line problem. Mike obsesses over power line placement, I suppose that's a given. We could also bring all power lines in instead. Just bring them in one tile. Then we can get away with it as well. They look different than this one then, but I think that's fine. So maybe I'm gonna go with this option instead. Yeah, this is much cleaner, to be honest. Yeah, I like it. All right, that's good. That way we have the output on one side and the input on one side, and just some clean area in between instead of having a ton of clutter everywhere. Maybe I should finally start picking up those reservoirs. But that is pretty compact in terms of steel output, and then we basically just have to feed that in like right over here somehow. Put input priority on the foundry steel, and that should be it. That's easy. Okay, easy and clean. Pipes. 14.4 items a second. I suppose here we are going to use the same kind of setup with the 15 inserters, except it's going to be output inserters. We could do this and just have them bump and connect or something on the other side. Still okay enough for one red belt to pass through. On the other side, it's kinda begging to join at the top like this. How many inserters do we need anyway for 14.4? These are 393. Maybe I should make a table or something for how many items, how many inserters could input, and I could just reference that instead of doing these calculations all the time. I might do that because now we're getting into the higher numbers. So yeah, this is 14 outserters. If I would use the better ones, they have 484 degrees a second. Then I would need 11. Right, how many degrees do we need? We need 5184 degrees. If I do 10 times 393, it's not going to be fast enough. Plus 2 times 484 is barely too slow. Okay, plus, yeah, that's too slow. we can technically do this. It's just a full belt. I don't necessarily need to output correctly. We can just like do one of those things. At the end, especially if all of them lay on the outside, then I can simply do this at the end and they will be balanced. It will be a balanced output. I think that looks better than the yellow belt solution. We can go a little bit more compact if we use the better quality inserters. We would need 11. I've got 12. Could keep the other input free, or just hook it up with a fake pipe. Make it look nicer. One more time. 11 times 484 divided by 360 outputs 360 outputs 14.7 items a second. I need 14.4, so that's good enough. Alright. Let's copy that. Okay, now I cannot bring this other belt through here. Or can I? Okay, we need to ditch the decorative pipe then. Or can I? There's contraption coming up. Because now it's a yellow belt basically, after it's side loaded. Cannot quite reach. Alright, I have an idea. I think this is not so great. We can still do this. Let's adhere to our this is looking way simpler. It's also a bit more big, but we can then do the trick at the end over here. 13 inserters. And I need 14, dang it. Yeah, I definitely should make myself a table and just print it out and use it for a lookup, because this is getting out of hand a bit. 14.4. No, this is 391. 391. Yes, 14 inserters. So we do need this one, but we can have 14. Fake underground belt, because why not? And then that one can go over here. Okay, go away, go away, go away, away. And we can be a bit more flexible with this iron pipe if we need to. Okay, let's keep it like this. Let's keep it simple and not stupidly compact. Don't know why I'm insisting for this to go this way around instead of it actually going out that way where it is supposed to be going at the end. That's a great question. Nobody asked it, but it's a great question anyway. Maybe somebody asked it. I'm again not looking at chat. Let me look at chat for a bit. Chaos contraption. I can't even read it. Rhino fast inserters. Check the bingo card. Time to research blue bells. Yeah, no. You ever use rate calculator? I tried, but it takes some getting used to, and I didn't take the time just yet to try that. Okay, so here it would look like this, and then it could go straight up, so that's a bit more flexible. I think, yeah, we should go... In general, we should try to go the direction we should be going in already. Alright, and I think we can get all the bells here. The gears can be exactly the same. Pipes. Okay, where is pipes and where is gears? Which belts of iron are for pipes? Okay, we gotta get rid of this mixer. But in general, the left belts, which become the bottom belts, left belts, bottom belts go to pipe. So the two left belts go to pipe and the two right belts go to gears. You only need one belt for the gears. That means that these two belts go to pipes, which means this red belt goes to pipes. So I can feed... I can combine these onto one belt at this point. And feed that straight in here. And then gears has to go into this horizontal slot over here. So we'll probably do this then, and gears can come out here and then go in there. Cannot use it just yet because of the iron there. So... something like that. That could be gears. I did not leave any space for power lines here. I do not have any of those anymore. Do need at least those. I have more of those at home, I think. Our pole pattern is everything. Most important part of any Factorio base is how the power lines look. That is just a given. Okay, so we're gonna grab some more power lines and those tanks. We need 16 of those. And as many power lines as we can get our grabby little hands on. How is the ship doing anyway? Let me travel on the copper belt. Can I? Oh, the copper belt goes the other way as well. I think it should be back already. Yeah, we're back above Nauvis with a fresh new load of calcite. And it's going to wait there indefinitely until we have requested down all the calcite, which means we need to spend 15k calcite because this thing is full. I think we have unloaded like 4 calcite at the moment, or 8. I haven't put it onto a belt just yet. Okay, let's continue. 16 of those. And power lines. Yeah, we have more of those. Lights. pipes. Okay, I'm out of undergrounds. Not really. A handcrafter is never out of underground pipes. That is just a fact of life. Yeah, modules, but we don't really have more of the modules we are short on. Except these. Alright. Yeah, for the rest we don't have anything, so I suppose let's go back to the task at hand. We can just real quick make our rare construction bots for the next planet already, since we've got those on us anyway. And while we're at it, I will also add some more logistics bots. I'm gonna take like 1k bots to VULCANUS, not 500. I think it's kind of hard to make those there. I don't know what I messed up here. That though. 200 construction bots. I still got my own 200 left, so I don't need to bring those with me all the time anymore. Just my armor. I don't even need to launch up my second armor if I just go for a short trip. Something went wrong here. I think I just grabbed not enough of those. Yeah. Alright, I'll wait. Overbalance is balanced. Balance is key. Not too much. Okay, I did something wrong with balancers somewhere. Odium says, look at me, you said something important which I missed again. It doesn't look like it. It might indeed be more efficient to cast iron plates and then make pipes and assemblers with productivity modules. But I'm not gonna productivity module up assemblers, I don't think. No, that's not true. Because you cannot productivity module pipes, so there is no bonus to be had for... you cannot exceed the 50% productivity bonus for pipes. And gears have an innate bonus in the recipe itself, so even if you cast iron plates and then productivity module assemblers, you're gonna be off worse than just directly casting gears. That was caught. Alright, that's our bots for VULCANUS. Guess intermission complete, let's get back at it. Alright, and once this is actually connected, we can just... We are like feeding out 2 belts of iron plates for engines right now, which we have built. One red belt goes to red chips and 1 belt goes to green signs. I think we can maybe change one of our 2 platforms out for making just iron ore. And start sending that down. Alright. I haven't made a save in a while. I think that is engine, foundry stuff complete. Pipe foundries cannot take productivity module. If that was the case before, they did fix that. But the weird thing is, concrete still does. So if you look here, the productivity module is in the list of allowed modules, which caught me by surprise. Because obviously in assemblers, concrete cannot be productivity moduled. So that's a weird one. If that was the case for pipes earlier as well, I'm going to bet that that's an oversight. Alright, finally, all of the tanks pop into existence. I think we kinda are obligated to do this here as well. Just for the symmetry factor. Yeah, that's gonna be fine. Alright. That is pipes entirely. Should I switch it on already? I guess we can look at iron plates for red chips. We would need 3 belts of iron, which is 45 iron a second. That is 12 foundries. Which is a lot of foundries. We could also try doing this thing. On iron plates and just see where we end up. 10.5 iron plates a second. With productivity, but okay, obviously we're gonna need a little bit of a different output if we do that. That's gonna be ever so slightly not enough, is it? 10.5 times 4. Is that 45? No, it's 42. Okay, so we are too slow. We're already using uncommon foundries. We are too slow to use 4, that is. So for this, we would need 4. That would be nice, because that would exactly line up with this row of beacons here. So that would look nice. So 4 is not a bad number for the amount of iron refineries. Let's just take those back down so we can play around a bit. I only have 2 rare ones. What if I do 1 rare and 1... I mean, I could Templar... I don't know what else I will be using my rares for. It would be bad to spend them all right now. Although we could always upgrade beacons or modules to... If we need the rare one for something else, we can upgrade beacons or modules to achieve a higher effect while still retaining minimum energy consumption. So for now, maybe this is okay. Because 10.5 from the uncommon one plus 12.9 from the rare one multiplied by 2. Oh. In brackets multiplied by 2, that is greater than 45 iron plates a second, which we need for red chips, so that is kinda nice. The only thing I cannot do then is just take 1 belt per foundry. Let's try. What does it take to get this guy up to, what do we need? I guess 11.25? 11.3 then. Yeah, 11.25. What does it take to get this guy up to 11.25? Let's start with an extra speed beacon in the middle. Okay, that's already 11.3. Well, that might be doable. Efficiency beacon in there, 59. 63, 67, 75, 79. Do I spend rare beacons on 1% extra power consumption? I don't know if that's a good idea. 75, that's like 125 kilowatts per... That's like half a megawatt if I don't upgrade these beacons to rare. Save 4 rare beacons. Yeah, I think that's gonna be okay. 11.3 is kind of close by to 11.25 though. It should round up correctly, right? Can I calculate this by hand? I think I can. So the recipe says 20 molten iron into 2 iron plates. So at crafting speed 1, it is 1 iron plate per 1.6 seconds. 1 divided by 1.6. At crafting speed 1, that is 0.625 iron plates a second, but we have crafting speed 10.452. Which means that is 6.5 iron plates a second. Then we have the productivity bonus, 50% innate plus additive, 24% from the modules. So times all of this in brackets, Mike. I know it's only it doesn't matter. Times 1.76. I'm getting more. Getting 11.49 instead of 11.452. Probably missing something. Times 1.74, not 1.76. Okay, 11.36. Alright, so we are above 11.25. We're on the high end. So now we know that this number, 10.6 and 11.3, that rounds down. It doesn't round to the nearest value. If it shows 11.3, it is at least 11.3. It's between 11.30 and 11.39. Yeah, 174. I saw a lot of chat messages pop up at the same time that alerted me that I probably did something wrong, so thanks. About the pipes and concrete productivity stuff, I don't know. To me it would make more sense if concrete was not productivity modulable in Foundries, while it is not in assemblers, and then just allow making refined concrete in Foundries as well. Because now you need to do it in assemblers, which is kinda annoying. Kinda breaks the beauty of okay, I don't have that anymore. I forgot about that. But we had to make assemblers for refined concrete on Vulcanus. It was not great. Alright, I think we're gonna keep this at minus 75% and not go more expensive. So then we just copy this on here. Alright. And now we get to figure out how many beacons we are missing. As we can paste all of these back. And then we get a nice big blinking number, which says we are missing a whole lot of beacons. Most importantly, we're missing 20 rare ones. The 46 uncommon ones we will have to make the 20 rare ones. That's 400 red chips of rare quality down the drain. Which is why I tried my best to conserve some beacons here and there. Alright, let's go grab 20 beacons. Those 20 beacons are gonna have expensive modules inside. So we might need a couple more speeds as well. But some of these have efficiencies inside. So I think we're gonna be good with the 32 we still have. Oh, hey, Rex. Yeah, it's definitely time to do some get up and stretching again. I'm too scared to try to repair the damage by the Johnnies, but I suppose we have to repair it before we go to Fulgora. In only 3 hours and 45 minutes the tech will be done. Okay, 20 rare beacons, so god, you know the drill. We can... It's a 15-second crafting recipe, man. And we need them now. Some of those, some of those, some of those, and some of those. That's probably the only part of speedrunning which I could do well, but which is absolutely unnecessary in speedrunning. Hand feeding assemblers. Alright, so once this guy is done, all of them are done. Did we stop the biter zoos? No, we didn't. Ed Martorm says, oh, that was for a comment ages ago, never mind. That's my specialty as well. Reacting to like comments of people who already left the stream an hour ago. Right, 20 beacons, and that should be the last of it. I think it's time to get rid of this steel smeltery. Alright, so... that is... engine and red chip iron done. Yeah, we can make beacons and EM plants, but we don't have those yet. I forgot to take the 46 normal beacons. Am I me? Yes, I am me. That's unfortunate. Fortunately, we've got a running armor now. Quality legs shining. Way more than they should. I think they are over here somewhere. Grab a couple extra. I'm not sure. I don't think we're gonna use many more beacons, to be honest. I think the copper cable... is it copper cable or copper wire? Copper cable. The copper cable recipe is gonna be so fast. Yeah, that makes 12 a second from a normal quality, unmoduled EM plant. Sorry, Foundry. There's a limit to how much we can output from a single machine, especially under the under beacons. Right. I guess editing Mike will have to replay that scene himself and just go grab the uncommon things first. I'm still missing. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? At least it's good we're spending those instead of the expensive ones. Alright. No, the running armor has way too much time to shine on this on my channel. Blah 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 blah. It hardly takes a second. It's 1000 times science cost. All the running I do is 1000 times as fast as compared to a normal playthrough. I think that is not how mathematics works, but we can pretend. Thanks C-Rex for the 14 months of subscriptions. Thank you. Missing underground pipes at the tanks. Oh yeah. Actually, no, they're all connected. Actually, no, this is not connected though, so you are correct. These should be copper. Which again means, I don't know how that got in there, but that should not be. I think I already disconnected that 3 times. Don't know how that keeps popping back in there. But this should not be connected, and that means this should actually be connected sneakily sideways somehow. Maybe we'll just do this in a normal way. This is more of a normal situation, kind of. Ordeal. I mean, there is no flow anymore, so it doesn't really matter how you connect your fluid system. Everything is instant transmission these days. Copper is just gonna... Copper is... I don't know how copper is gonna get out. That's gonna be a bit of a problem. We'll see how that goes in due time. Alright, I think it's time for the first space platform iron makeover. Do I already connect this? I think not yet. No, we do. I think we do. We can rely... I mean, it doesn't... It won't stop producing. Just this mine will switch on, which is for iron and gears for engines. That one will switch on a bit if I just disconnect this. I think we should be fine. Let's do it. I did it. We're just gonna flip these so we can see what happens after we redo that. Right. So currently these two go to pipes and gears, and this goes to red chips. I think we'll just switch that over. We can switch this off. I think this has to just go completely. Save here. Rip apart temp steel and prep for ore from space. I cannot really build up a lot of ore because I have no cargo base on this. It just grabs it. Alright, 32,007, 2 to the power of something, behemoth biter kills. We got milestones now, I forgot about that. Thanks to the biter zoos, we are killing more and more behemoth biters. Look at the discrepancy. We haven't killed 4k spitters yet, but now we just killed 32k biters, because all of our biter zoos indeed are biters, because spitters, they fight back, that's too dangerous. Also, biter zoos are more... biter bases are better at pollution absorption, because it takes more pollution to spawn a biter than it does to spawn an equivalent spitter. Right. I think this is gonna be fairly easy. We just switch this on for now. Let me first stop these. We can prepare those for iron ore. They'll stop sending out iron plates. That's going to be 2 out of the 6 belts transformed into iron ore, which is not going to be enough to... I mean, the platform is going to produce more, but that's okay. This I want to send that up to red chips for now. Because we are about to switch over the rest. Okay, we're gonna just rip apart these furnaces over here. Suppose one row at a time. To use our bot's free energy. Save game name typo, really? Probably. There's not many save game names I spell correctly, so that's that. I have a lot of free squares on my bingo chart, man. Alright, no power was spent. This contraption can go away as well. How is the steel feeding out going? Pretty bad. Belt is still compressed. I think it's okay. Alright, so that's ready for a fresh feed out. I just grab the rest here as well. I still cannot get myself to deconstruct the trees here. It's gonna have to happen at some point, I'm pretty sure. Alright. So now we're running on Nauvisian ore again for the pipes and gears for a split second. Time to rebuild the space platform. Holy moly. Rebuild the iron platform. I forgot the name. And for now that's going to have to go into these 6 inputs here. So they just build some 1 to 3 splitters, I suppose. One output back to itself, and then the other 3 are the outputs. This might change eventually once we have calcite. Forgot about calcite. It's not gonna work without it. It's gonna have to come in from here somewhere. Where is that gonna come down? It's like a 6 belt span. Okay, that lines up pretty decently. On which side of the bell does this get output? Left. Alright, then we need to do something like this to join that up. This is temporary, so let's make this underground. Let's calcite feed out. Oh, and calcite starts to come in now, since we are feeding it out on the belt. Spaceship is gonna send that down. Okay, that's step 1. Step 1 is It consumes 0.3 calcite a second compared to 15 copper, so that's quite the ratio. 1 to 50. First calcite in the foundry. Holy moly, it's gonna be awesome. Okay, the copper ones are not gonna switch on though, the iron ones are. Check the fluid networks one more time. All seems connected. Okay, then we can start sending down iron ore from space. I think I'll save here. Let's make many saves here. This is an important moment for the edit as well, I suppose. Okay, maybe I should stop requesting this much iron. Let's keep it at... How much do we have now? 8k? Okay, and I can actually switch off my... I can switch off this from unloading now. You know, I can switch off this from unloading by just deleting my furnaces. There we go. No more iron is being created on the platform. No, that was not very hard, was it? Get rid of these as well. And all the iron will get off of the bells. And maybe it's not so bad to have a little bit of extra iron in here. Because the other platform is going to have to do everything now. So let's just keep requesting. Alright. Oh. Yes. Alright, so I'm not losing any production really. As I will be building up asteroids whenever I'm not needing the iron ore. I could technically like make more of these. Because these do 10 per second. If I have 6 of those, they will do 60 a second, which is exactly 2 red belts, which means if I will be collecting asteroids for a while, I can overproduce and overconsume until like to get rid of the backlog, whereas now I probably cannot do that. We can save quite a bit of space platforms here. I mean, this is as simple as do I still go into those splitters? I can still go into those splitters. From over here. Gotta get rid of this. This is all iron. Iron. Ah no, that still goes there. We can just, maybe we can do a snaky output. Get rid of that splitter stuff altogether there. I think I like that better. Because I want to keep like the gap in here. That looks nice. These have to change to iron ore. We are not limiting the input. I think I want to do that though. I think all of them are connected. Because I want to be able to send up some stuff to the platform if I need to. 1200k, that is like 22 stacks. That should always be good for Yeah, that should not stop these at any moment, I don't think. The orbital drop slots will be able to keep up. It's always a little bit tricky to copy that to all the inserters. This is enough inserters to keep up with 60 items a second though. Doesn't look like it. I think we need more. 60 items a second. This rotation speed of this inserter. We need 32 inserters. So basically we need... Let's switch that off because I don't want to send up 3 space platforms where we are now going to deconstruct a bunch. We should do this. So we're going to need to send up a bit more stuff here. Namely fast inserters. And for the rest, that's going to be as tight as it can be. It would be nice if this was just all straight belts. I don't think we'll have enough though. So I think for this very moment... Oh, that might be okay actually. It kind of lines up exactly with max long-handeds here. Alright, that should start to send iron ore to Nauvis, except I'm not requesting it yet. And we can also grab a whole lot of space platforms, which are no longer needed. And we cannot cut off this, obviously. Alright, looks like all inserters have the filter applied. All of the iron has been sent, so we can get rid of that. I would like to send... I would like to make this like a full belt, if I can. Oh, stop that, stop that, stop that. So I need to send up a stack of belts, basically, and then that can work. A stack of belts. Not quite, and what? 4 inserters. Okay, we can send it up right now. I have all of that on me. We can use our personal rocket silo here. And just change it out. Just send the belts. Iron overload. There goes the rocket flying up over the Johnnies. Without me this time, so they won't shoot it. What's the current goal? Switching on the foundries on Nauvis, so I can stop using planetary iron ore. Alright, so once that capsule comes in, this should entirely get built now. Alright, there we go. That's all, we can send the rest back down. I think we don't need to do anything else here, really. Maybe I do want to build like a balancer up here. Not really balancer, but... I don't think I have the slow splitters to do this. I just have the one splitter, right? Yeah, I just have the one. Okay, so I'll use fast ones for that. I'm not gonna spend a rocket launch to do that. But now asteroids from any trajectory can go into any belt, so this will actually fill up completely as a sort of a buffer, as it is doing now. We can upgrade those, so it will be in the list here. We will need to send up some more stuff actually, because I want to expand this as well. To get rid of the backlog. One, two, three. That's 9. It's outputting on the left side if it goes vertical. I think I can do it symmetrically then, because it's going to be 5 and 4 against 5 and 4. Okay, that is done. So all I need is another 12 inserters, 2 crushers, 4 productivity modules, and those 2 splitters, right? Yeah, the modules don't show up before the crushers are built. We gotta get the crushers. We're not losing any production, by the way, because the asteroids are just collecting up anyway, so in practical terms, the switch has already happened. 4 rare productivity modules, I still have those, so that's good. I hope it all fits in one rocket. I don't know how heavy the crushers are. Oh, that's not so bad. 2 splitters. 4 modules. I'm gonna forget something already. I already know it. 12. 12, 4, 2, and 2. Let's have a check. 12, 2, and 2, and then 4 modules. I think we're good. No. Input. I guess we'll move these over. So we're gonna need 2 more normal inserters and 2 more long-handed inserters as well. There comes the alert telling me about that. I think. There's an underground belt that's facing the wrong way right before the newly inserted balancer that's stopping chunks from flowing. Really? Okay. Yeah, I don't see it. Is it still there? Is it on the space platform in general or no? Ah, it was just fixed? Alright, that is good to know. We'll keep those 2. This is like a block. Alright. That is pretty slim. And that should be able to generate 60 iron a second if we have back pressure of these asteroids. And whatever this platform generates is about 20. I know how much this generates. I have it in Excel. Let me just quickly. That's already a whole bunch of tabs ago. Space platform. This size space platform which I have here. I'm not sure if I have the right numbers on there. Yeah, it should do 2304 iron ore a minute. Let me put it in the name. So that much iron ore per minute it can generate from the asteroids which spawn around the entire perimeter. That is a fixed number. There is some RNG, but in general the average amount of asteroids with this set of productivity modules leads to 2300 iron a minute. If we upgrade the productivity modules, it's going to be something better. It is actually a pretty sizable difference. If we upgrade to rare productivity 2, it could become 2465 iron. Just 160 iron per minute more for free, just by upgrading these productivity modules. This is the one recipe in the game where... I think it's the one recipe in the game where the productivity bonus actually applies to the byproduct, which is like part of the... Basically, you have a chance to get back the input. It doesn't work like that for anything else, most notably Coverx enrichment, but only the productivity bonus only applies to the one extra. Even coal liquefaction does not give you productivity bonus on the entirety of the heavy oil. I did the math, and it turns out that from the 90 heavy oil, you only get the productivity bonus applied to 65 of the 90 heavy oil, and the 25 input heavy oil is subtracted from that in terms of productivity. So it's kind of weird. You do get the productivity bonus on the asteroid byproduct, which makes productivity modules relatively much stronger than they should be. And that effect goes up the higher tier productivity modules you put in there. Right, I think we're ready to launch the rocket with the extra stuff. I suppose that is B, and now we have rebuilt with a T the iron platform because it's done. Let's launch it. Iron overload. Alright, so as soon as we get back from Fulgora, I definitely want to upgrade that free iron to just generate 160 iron a minute extra. That's significant. Ah wait, this is not gonna work. If output's on the left side of the belt... Oh, we've got 5 here, 4 here. If output's on the left side of the belt, we've got 5 here, 4 here. Yeah, okay, we can do it symmetrically now. I think that's fine. It's probably fine. These asteroids are stacking up quite quickly. We're only grabbing the metallics on this one. They could actually stack up way higher if I simply take this entire structure and put it closer by. But it's not like they get thrown overboard. They will just back up along the entire belt. Let's just leave it in place. It's time to get started. Okay, this is done. Let's start requesting iron ore. I don't know how much. Probably not too much. Let's do 10k. 10k ore is not too much when it's 1000 signs, 1000 times signs a minute. That's probably gonna lead to a couple drops. Not too many. Okay, we only got 3 cargo hatches. Alright, so we're feeding out the iron. Time to switch it on. We're going to be making our very first molten iron on Nauvis. After these extremely slow yellow belts, transport the iron ore to the 6 different foundry locations. Oh god, it's gonna take a little bit of time. We're gonna stand over here. Everything is gonna switch on, man. Everything is gonna switch on. Let's just stand over here then. All the foundries in the image. Nice. I'm gonna sit back for a bit. Well, this is almost 1 for 1. Yeah, that's why I wanted to have the good productivity modules on here, because this single machine can transform an entire yellow belt of iron ore into molten iron. So that is worth it to stack productivity modules in. These are doing a lot of work. Nice, nice, nice. Alright, let's check if everything is on the right belt. Gears looks okay. This can be yellow belts, I suppose, but... wait, this is not configured correctly just yet. Pipes will go onto this one, so this needs to be a red belt. And this needs to be a red splitter. Alright, now we need to switch that over. That's going to be a little bit dangerous. Okay, we're amassing molten iron now, because the iron has nowhere to go. Got iron plates in here. Here and here, here, here. Steel. We got that. Alright, I gotta sit down before I can do this, so let me just finish getting up and stretching a little bit. And we can just watch the foundries at work. Filling up the tanks with molten iron. Right, most steel broken. It does have steel inside. Ah yeah, I see. Can I just... Whoop. And it's fixed. Thanks, that was a good catch. Best PowerPoint I've seen all day. Stream is dying again. Oh no 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 no. We haven't had a problem with this specific connection just yet. Stream is fine. Not stable. I don't see any red lights. So. Why first balance pipe foundries? If you just join them again, don't ask complicated questions. Right when the foundry is turned on, there's your evidence. I'm probably overstretching power right now. Although, no, actually, switching on these foundries probably did not do anything for power. The beacons are using the power here. The foundries are minimized. That's literally like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Like 10 megawatts maximum for the foundries. Let's check the foundries. Merged. So yeah, the beacons are now doing 103 megawatts. Compared to 34 before. So we added 70 megawatts in beacons. Okay, we definitely should not be using more beacons if we can avoid it. Yeah, that is a lot of power difference. The foundries, though, they are hardly in there. 6 megawatts was maximum for now. Of course, they haven't all switched on at the same time just yet, but I mean, these are like 500 kilowatts a pop at minimum energy usage, so that is not going to be a big difference. How is the day-night cycle going? Ooh, that is a terribly tiny amount of time for the accumulators to be fully charged before they're getting discharged again. I would rather see that platform be a little bit bigger, like over here, instead of like sharp sawtooth kind of things. So, yeah, But then again, I suppose we're gonna be switching off some equipment as well once we connect this. Once we do that, these assemblers will all switch off, so that should count for something. Not for a lot, but it should count for something. Yeah, we're gonna try to make the rest without beacons then. We don't have the power to... And I don't wish to build more at the moment. Alright, let me go grab a cup of water and I'll be back in 30 seconds or so. Yeah, nuclear power is in the cards, but probably after the entire rebuild is done, possibly after we upscaled to that 2100 signs per minute progress, 2124 or what was it? The 1800 signs packs multiplied by 18% productivity figure. So we should be more than doubling our research in not too many streams from now. That is the hopes and dreams. Right, molten iron is going well. How is the iron overload machine working? We can... Okay, something is off. Okay, we have requested all that there is to request. So yeah, we're basically not feeding it out fast enough. Let's try seeing the platform work at max speed. Let's see if that works as designed. But these should be inserting constantly. These belts should be flowing constantly. Inserters should be able to keep up drawing empty this belt. Hopefully these cargo hatches will be able to keep up sending out all the ore. It does appear so. Every time we hit the 10th slot, they send it out. We can send down all the other stuff now. I think we're done with that. Okay, that keeps up. How is it over here? 10.0 per second, so we just learned from that other calculation that means we'll completely as well. And you might already see that here. Yeah, there we go. We have stopped dispatch over here. F again. No, 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 no. What F? No F. No F. No F. F. Twitch is gone. It's not my upload speed. It's not on my end this time. It was on my end for the first full 1.5 hours. This time I'm innocent. I plead not guilty. It froze for 10 sec. Okay, F5. Refresh and it should be good. Alright. YouTube, you tell me, right? Tell them, YouTube, you don't have a hiccup. You're just having a crappy time all the time. Because YouTube is so weirdly behind and stuttering. You should tell the Twitch users they have it easy. They should not complain as much. You hear that? You have it good over there on Twitch. Alright. What was I saying? I was saying... I forgot what I was saying. Probably nothing important then. Blocked belt makes you anxious. Yeah, I said the ore patches. We should see the pollution disappear completely. Especially for the steel patch, as that one is already completely idle. Nothing is moving anymore. I said nothing is moving and... Stop that. Nothing is moving anymore. Look at that. Everything is idle. The vital bases are at peace again. Well, I guess the equipment is still laying around there. Ignore that sound. Everything is idle. Practically speaking. I think we're still filling up like the last furnace with steel or something. Yeah, this guy still has to smelt 4 more steel or something, and then everything will stop. All right, it's basically it's backfilled. Nothing is moving here anymore on the steel belt. So all this quality steel will never reach the chest. It will sit on this belt forever. That's the fate of this rare quality steel. RIP rare quality steel. I suppose I could quality up. No, wait, I cannot. Quality minus 33%. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Thought I could quality these up. But that doesn't work in combination with speed modules. But we are not using any speed modules. Except we are, because these things are beaconed with speed modules. So we cannot quality this up. Quality steel or Nauvis is a thing of the past then. Fortunately, that qualitator thing machine, which we designed a blueprint for already, this thing over here, should produce a ton of quality steel for us, which we can send over to Nauvis if we need to. Man, I'm going to need logistics network just to be able to send whatever I want, wherever I want, from a distance, instead of having to personally travel to planets to pick up like 5 modules or 6 stacks of steel or something. It's gonna be the same like just running back to my quality area, except I have to travel to effing Fulgora to pick up my steel. It's gonna be too much even for my standards, I suppose. Right. This has filled up with iron, so I suppose we are okay. I think it's time we start working on copper, because now we have transposed a little bit of iron into through here, but copper is actually the real rare resource. Maybe I should first, this is basically ready to go. We just need to feed out 45 iron a second towards red chips, which is 1 red belt and 1 yellow belt. Are we going to be ripping out the 4-to-3 splitter for this ordeal? I think so. We first got to output 11 a second. How many is that? Here we go again. 11.4 a second. Let's go with that. Times 360. Divided by 484. 8.5 inserters, huh? That kinda sucks. I was thinking I can do something like this. It can be yellow. Then we need space over here to feed that in. I kinda effed myself over with my power pole pattern now. One, two, three, four, five, six, 7, 8. We have 8. We can do 9 and 10 on this side. Is that blasphemy? I suppose we only need 9 really. There's 5 inserters per side, which is balanced. Okay, let's not look at it for too long. We'll just paste it and move on. Alright. So if we move this guy, then we also let's switch this to yellow belt speed. A green sided chip supply there. That's all going to be sent straight to the foundries. So that is kind of sorted then. Can put a splitter up here. Alright, there we go. That should be copper. Now we should have to figure out how to get the copper out of here. This kinda is too good to be true. That is copper ore melting. Copper ore melting. And it also means that is weird, but that one yellow belt for green signs and that one yellow belt for red signs is going to provide all the copper for the entire base, including the 7.5 belts of copper we are currently using for red chips, as well as just still providing red and green signs. It's going to be weirdly efficient. Stream restarted again and back again. I have no idea what's going on. I don't even see it in the dashboard that I have some connection issues or something. There we got it, that's copper. Now I'm melting all the metals. I'm stuck. Oh no, I'm just not in the screen. Alright, so that's quite nice. We're not getting in full belts, but I think we gotta look at that later once we actually get full belts. Suppose we can fake a full belt to the first one. Just to see if this thing keeps up. But it's 15 inserters. The squares are a little bit too obnoxious here. But here's the full belt. It should not have any gaps. There is gaps. Let's block it then. Block this one. Okay, there's no more gaps because we blocked it. There still is gaps. You're gonna make me do this, huh? You're gonna make me do this? You're gonna make me do this? Alright, I'll do this. Especially for you, my friend. No more gaps are on the belt. Now we should see if this thing actually keeps up. So the full belt comes in. Will we empty the entire belt with the inserters we have? We should. Never know with these yellows. It does seem so. This guy is even not doing anything. Not really. I think that's a success. Of course the calcite inserter is keeping up. That guy barely has to do anything. Alright, good to know. Let's undo this. And we can just get rid of the copper, I suppose, directly in the furnaces, as well as the iron. $120 in a stack, that is kind of a lot. Gaps. Switch off the gaps. Curious about the uncommon yellow inserters. Because my inserters have hand size 1. Which means the regular inserters at less than 360 degrees a second. 15 inserters would not be enough to draw empty a full belt of yellow ore. That's why there is uncommon ones. Similar to the output here. 8 rare, these are my fast inserters. 8 rare long-headed inserters should be fast enough to output 15 copper cable a second. And yes, I'm putting 15 belts of copper cable on belts. Sue me. No, don't do it. You would probably win. Judges would agree that this is too abominative. Abominative? That is not a word. Looks like we're making another abomination here. One of those lovely pipe twists where you can get so nice and stuck in. But it does do the job of getting to the other side. Where do we need to go in general? We need to go over here. I think for now we just connect it. We can later worry about how it looks. Okay, we're about to switch over to iron ore. Oh wait, that already fires off immediately, obviously. So maybe this calcite belt will have to move a bit. Or not. For now... Can I bring it in here? I think it's not possible actually. Not from this angle. Oh, it is. So it's not quite a proper splitter. But for now it will do. Just bringing some extra iron in since we are going to use more iron. We're going to use more iron ore as regard to iron plates from space. So that's 3 belts switched. And this, most importantly, of course, this pipe can go straight. Oh, that is going to be quite horrible. I kind of want to... Okay, that's going to connect. I kind of want to build this out first so we can see how it will go. So we gotta build 6 belts of copper cable into here. I think we're gonna bring the copper cable for red chips just in from the front for now. Eventually it's gonna be EM plants anyway, we'll have to rebuild it. And then the 9 belts of copper cable for green circuits will have to pass by here somewhere. So I suppose we'll be merging those into red belts. 4.5 red belts, 4.5 red belts, and 1.5 red belt of iron. That was why those were here. Then we have 4.5 red belts of copper. I suppose we could merge that into just 6 belts of stuff passing through to this side. Which could be something. So that would fit, alright. Then we don't need to worry about it now. Let's just figure out how this should go in here. I'm gonna flip that over. That's 1 belt. Does this stretch? No, it does not. Kind of does if we do this. I think this power connection is going to go away anyway. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. If you are happy, I am happy. I don't know if you are happy. Now we can do this. I think we're gonna get rid of that connection entirely. 6 belts do. Oh man. Yeah, the era of trees is definitely definitely coming to an end. How do we even hook this up? Ah, that looks weird. Maybe this is the best looking option. I don't know. Stuff that matters. You won't find it on my channel. I'm gonna go with that one. There we go. That is how it's gonna look. It'd kind of be great if the foundries would move over just a little. Can we move them over just a little? Let's just snatch out like a couple. That is just a redundant power connection for now, right? Everything still seems powered. And check if it's the same. Yeah, it's the same power network, alright. Just for experimental reasons. No. That's not gonna stay like this, because this is just gonna change when we enter when we come back from Fulgora, basically. So let's not bother. What was that sound? Let's not bother. It's temporary. It's only temporary. Okay, one goes in there. The other one goes in here. That fits. We got one going in here. We got one going in here, which is a bit harder. Alright. Why not handcraft some belts? 286 hours in the game. Oh, we got one over here. This can move. Is that the last one? Oh, no, it's not. I have done something wrong. Yeah, I just skipped one belt. Alright. That is a fairly easy fix. Okay, this one shouldn't go over here. All fits with yellow belts somehow. It's a sign. It's a sign that I'm doing it right. Everything can cross with yellow belts here. Alright, so this, now when it switches on, it will actually look impressive. So let's try that. Copper ore, melter. 15 belts of copper cable, switch on. They should be able to produce full steam, because this is full probably by now. Yeah, it is. 25k copper. Right. So up to the bot to do this. And we're just gonna stand here and watch in horror as 6 belts of compressed copper cable emerge from these foundries. It's glorious. Why do people not put copper cable on belts? I don't see the issue. That is glorious. This is how the game is supposed to be played, everybody. You're doing it wrong. Alright, we can switch over these belts then. Can basically just drag that this way. Thank you Factory 2.0 for adding all these awesome new features. Adding with the reversal of this underground. Alright. I have stopped taking this challenge seriously long ago, haven't I? It was supposed to be a difficult challenge, which would keep me on the edge of my seat for the entire playthrough, but I think this is the last major milestone. Just Foundries, just rebuilding Nauvis with Foundries, and basically stopping the ore problem completely. I mean, the entire base is already, after this, it's gonna run on 2 belts of copper and 0 belts of iron. 5 if you count the belts of iron from space. But that means we have basically solved the resource problem, which was the last big obstacle standing in our way. All the mining, yeah, this pollution is gone completely around this former steel mine now. So that means everything has definitely stopped working. So now it's just a regular mega basing problem almost. Not quite, not quite. We still have Gleba to deal with at a low tech level and normal evolution. So that is going to be something. Okay. Glorious. Okay, these trees don't look nice. These look nice. Okay, now we just got to do the same for these belts of copper and these belts of iron. I think we are going to just make 6 belts of stuff instead of 4.5 and 1.5. First of all, we have to combine this into 1.5 red belt then. Suppose I'm gonna rip somebody else's blueprint with the a 3 to 4 balancer. Well, it's a 4 to 3 balancer. I forget how that works. We don't do those, we do fish. Further on this line. That should be the complete copper rebuild done for red chips, man. Holy moly. F again? No, 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 not right now. Not right now, come on, don't do it. Yeah, I think all my handcrafting is forming a black hole of trash in my inventory. And we have some form of time dilation going on with the stream. Stream reset again. I was just celebrating that I was just starting the celebration. That we are now running entirely on copper. From Foundries, for red chips at least. 15 belts of copper cable, isn't it beautiful? Everybody loves me some good belt of copper cables. So all of this copper which flows in here is obsolete. I'm just gonna keep it around. This is gonna get another rebuild after EM plants anyway, so we don't really care. What we do care about though, look at these copper belts. Do you see what is happening with these copper belts? Or rather, what is not happening with these copper belts? They are not doing this kind of stuff. These iron belts are gonna stop soon as well, as soon as we plop in the iron from there as well. Which means pretty soon, I got a lot of copper mines, man, for red chips. This one will go idle. This one will go idle. This one is basically RIP, but will go idle. This one is basically RIP, but will go idle. This was our backup mine, which already was idle. I think we got one more down here. Another red chip mine, which will go idle. Yeah, let's hook in the... We don't actually have the copper to sustain, so I need to hurry up now. If this runs out, it's already going down. Then we have a problem. It is kind of annoying. I suppose annoying is a way of life. We'll keep 2 tiles distance. All of the copper is idle now. We can at least get rid of most of it. This is still functioning as backup copper for green signs. Oh, that might actually become important. It is backup copper for green signs, which is good. Then maybe I can prioritize bringing ore to here. I think green signs should survive. Let's just keep it balanced for now. Is it balanced? Let's just keep it as this. Let's just hurry up. Maybe that will solve some issues if we just speed up and don't waste time. Okay, plastics is gonna change as well anyway. So we can basically just delete all the copper belts. And now we're gonna also delete all the iron belts. Iron is easier. We just need to change the input. So the first belt is literally just this, and that is iron. Alright. And then the next belt goes straight. Here's the second iron belt. Let's just get this done. This copper is not doing anything. This copper is not doing anything. This copper is not doing anything. Only the last copper belt is potentially doing something. We're gonna have a lot of copper in our inventory once this is all done. This copper is not doing anything. I feel like this iron should probably upgrade to rich in far as well, and then we can respect the space science belt a little bit more. Get rid of all the copper then. Alright, space science belt is respected. Kind of. Gotta do the same for plastics then as well. My inventory is gonna overflow pretty soon. Space science belt respected. It's kind of weird there's a gap now. Maybe I should bring that in here. No, that was a mistake. Bring it back. Alright, we gotta do a little bit of cleanup. I'm literally overflowing. Save the trip with trash inventory slots. Heck yeah. That's on the bingo card, I think. We want a little bit of iron. Not too much, just a tad. I brought all the stuff for the upgrade already, that's what's killing me right now. Furnaces. Why do I have so many? We don't need those at all, actually. Assemblers, we don't need those at all. I got some in... I don't have some in there. These we do want. Right, let's get back. Kinda are in a hurry. We'll clean this up later to make it look nicer. We first gotta get all of the resources connected now. Yeah, because this is running out already. 1 second. Thanks G3WI for the Prime subscription. My wife brought me a present. A nice can of beer. Will you build a proper Fulgora starter base? When do I ever build a proper starter base? I plan to build a proper module making base, but that's gonna be all. No Fulgoran starter base, we're just gonna build a module base which makes rare Mark II productivity module, rare Mark II quality modules, all of the good stuff, and then we can use those with the beacons from Nauvis and the EM plans to completely rebuild our Nauvisian base to make the most possible use out of all the ore we can get. I think with the power of the Mark II speed and efficiency module, we can use those rare Mark II productivity modules and everything that will take them. So not only in the most efficient recipes, but also we can upgrade the steel plants, upgrade the modules so it still runs at minus 80%, upgrade speed so it keeps the speed that it's currently running at, because better. The higher tier productivity modules come with a bigger speed penalty. So yeah, we already made the blueprint. This thing over here can get rid of all of the trash while making rare Mark II productivity modules or any other type of module, and also making all the elements for all 3 qualities of EM plants and recyclers. So that's nice. And making rocket parts as well. Well, you get 2 of the 3 for free, but it makes the rocket fuel. So I'm curious how that's gonna work out in the real safe. I did plan this when we still had no foundries, so I'll probably have to figure out if I can make a foundry for the holmium plates instead of assembly machines. But for the rest it's gonna run quite the same. It also makes accumulators actually. So yeah, I'm quite curious how this will work out. That's gonna be probably Sunday stream if I can get this thing finalized today. We were connecting this belt to over here. Cutting off the iron from there. And then it's literally just this one. Go away. There. And now all of these belts, 11 belts of resources. Previously for red chips, idle. Alright, we'll clean this up later, but the entirety of red chips is now running on foundries. Now I just want to see if I can like squeeze a little bit more production out here. As you can see, iron and copper is reaching the end of the belts. I think we can, because this was built without productivity or quality in mind, so this would run exactly consuming one belt of resources and producing a belt of green chips, but it doesn't because of the quality modules, which slow down the machine slightly. But we can undo that if we use some of those shiny quality things themselves. So we upgrade from not quality to quality and upgrade the inserters as well. That should do wonders. It's really just this section. Right, so hopefully now we can at least consume the entire red belt of resources. I think we gotta do something about the loading thing here as well. Maybe just upgrade this to red belt until it hits the quality sorter over here. Then this has more chance of coming out compressed, I feel. Okay, this is a bit longer of a belt. This is probably not going to do much actually. The other bottleneck why we are not consuming this full half belt over here, you can see it's stuttering a bit, is because also red chips was built to run at specification without the 10% speed penalty. So we are producing 10% too few red chips out of here. So we are also consuming only 90% of the input belt. But if we upgrade these as well, that problem is going to disappear as well, I suppose. Or problem. Oh, we'll still use this. Let's do something scary. If I just copy this entirely, I should be able to just paste that, and only the red belts, which I just changed, should get upgraded, since all of these setups are identical. Alright, except for the upgrade, of course. So if we upgrade this entirely, suppose then we upgrade red chips entirely as well. We do not need to upgrade inserters here though. We also don't need to upgrade the full 180 assemblers, but we're gonna do it anyway. So let's grab some more, because I don't have enough. Exactly 180, and I suppose we'll keep... Let's keep 40 on us. For personal use, since I no longer am carrying any. Alright. Another save. Man, editing Mike is gonna have it so easy with me today. Sometimes I don't make enough saves for him, but he's gonna thank me. Alright, so all of these now will upgrade from speed 0.675 to 0.87. And that is faster than a normal assembler at 0.75, so many of these are going to be idle. But what I hope that will happen now is, with these changes, is that this is going to be backed up. This is going to be backing up. These will no longer filter feed in red chips to make up for the deficit. That's the hopes. And we might even see a couple of red chips starting to flow in these belts to actually start our buffer again. Which is nice, because currently we have 7,000 red chips and we need approximately 260,000 red chips just to research elevated railway. So it would be nice to gather some. We're gonna gather the bulk of those when we are actually researching automated rail transportation, because at that point we will be producing like 1,300 red chips a minute for over 3 hours without consuming them. So that's 200 minutes of 1,300 red chips. That is exactly 260k red chips. Alright, so we're gonna be producing those 260k red chips exactly during the research of this technology. It cannot be a coincidence. It has to be the devs intended this playstyle which I'm doing. I feel validated. Alright, let's grab all of this. I'm gonna just insert... I think it's already backing up. It's already backing up? Kind of is, isn't it? Okay, it's working. Can I see something in advanced chip production then? Oh, I see a lot. Holy moly. Look at that bump. Okay, I didn't expect such an increase. I think that's a temporary increase, getting rid of the backlog. It's probably, yeah, it's already dropping. It's already dropping, but that means the temporary super increase kind of helped in backfilling this area. I'm just gonna throw one stack in every chest. And then I'm gonna block the chest. That way we can see if there are red chips in this chest, it starts to fill up again. And if there's less than 200 chips in the chest later on, we can see it has fed out something. So let's keep it at that. We can see if it works. The rest I'm just gonna take to the base, I suppose. Alright. How's copper doing? 13k. Okay, we're definitely not feeding enough copper ore in there. I'm not really in the mood to somehow bring another belt of copper ore in. We gotta hurry up a bit. Do I risk prioritizing this over green signs right now? I think I do. I still have the one backup belt connected here. I can make that a red belt as well. It feeds into here. We should be fine. We should be fine. Let's do it. It is time to start trusting the foundries. Output priority to the foundry. Output priority to the foundry. Green signs will have to do. This is a scary moment. Now we're going to have to somehow switch this over without losing SPM. Power connection runs through here, as well as through here, so I can disconnect this. Right. How do we even get started on this? Alright, I think I'm just gonna take a quick few minute breaks. Let me save this here. It is time for green signs. And red signs by extent, but I just need to clear my head a little bit. I haven't had a break just yet. So I'm just gonna take like a 10-minute break or so, walk around a bit, and come back in with a fresh mindset. There was one rotated belt on Nauvis. It was calcite. I just do the troubleshooting stuff. Okay, I'm still feeding out calcite. So that's okay. All the calcite is reaching the end. So calcite is okay. Maybe it was not to me. Are we gonna upcycle? Yeah, eventually, I suppose. 40 minutes ago. Alright. If that was 40 minutes ago, then I should not read back to chat too much because all the people have already lost. Mike makes more than 50 saves in one stream. Who's gonna count? Alright. I guess I'm counting. But I put like the suffixes in there now, so that kind of throws you off of the count. Lamps and foundries. But they glow so nice. I think that goes away when there is... And they really have a cool animation. No, I'm not gonna put lamps in there. I don't think so. What are we gonna watch? We're gonna watch the spaceship. I'm just gonna send it. I'm gonna reload the save anyway, so let's just let it fly to Vulcanus at full speed. Why not? No more. No hesitation. Full speed ahead. Fly, you ship. You can do it. And I'm just gonna let you enjoy the rainbow lasers mod for a little bit. Alright, that should be good. I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Right. I do have some damage upgrades on my turrets, yes, so I could take on demolishers actually with turrets. I think I can even take on... I don't know if I can take on big demolishers with what I have now, but we have added... let's go in editor mode for a second. We have a new addition to the game. It was in the recent Factorio update. So next to what we already know and love, the small demolishers. You also know, of course, a medium demolisher. It's quite a bit chunkier. Quite a bit chunkier than the small one. And we got the big demolisher, which is even chunkier. But now the devs added the behemoth demolisher, so be prepared. This is one chunky boy. That's not true, it's from a mod. It's called Behemoth Enemies mod, which adds behemoth demolishers and behemoth Glebben enemies. Because who doesn't want behemoth enemies on Glebba? But the behemoth demolishers are pretty cool. Look at that small guy, that literally looks like some sort of rainworm or something compared to this guy. So this guy is like over 5 chunks long. That's insane. Like this is like the it's not funny anymore. This is like a solar field. This is a behemoth demolisher. Alright. So I know you can kill them with turrets. I think we can even kill the big one with turrets. Without too many more damage upgrades. I'm not sure about this behemoth guy though, he's quite a bit sturdier. This is a solar... Look at this! Look at the size of that guy, dude. Yeah, that... Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe it was a mistake. I do still intend to research poison capsules though. Because poison capsules are excellent cliff explosives. You can explode cliffs quite easily with poison capsules in your starting area. Technically you can do it without poison capsules, but poison capsules are a nice way to keep aggro from demolishers without getting into the range where they explode the ground under you. So the next time we come back to Vulcanus, there goes all my carbon chests. The next time we go to Vulcanus, we'll be having poison capsules, so we can clear all cliffs in our starting area. Because if I don't need to, I'm not gonna deviate. First of all, to explosives, I think we need explosives for artillery anyway. But we're not gonna deviate 500,000 signs to get cliff explosives if we don't need to. Yeah, this guy is gonna have a lot of fun, but we're gonna go back to our save game now. Maybe it was a mistake adding the behemoths. How much more bigger are the behemoth stompers? They are not that much bigger. I did take a look at them. They are a bit bigger. But they are not insanely bigger. Not in the same order of magnitude bigger than the demolishers are. Yeah, I think so too. Behemoth fits well with this run. We need to put some difficulty back into this, because right now I'm just getting carried away a little bit with doing stupid things. I think we gotta figure out how much of our iron is going into iron gears and how much is going into iron plates. We got 5.5 belts incoming for green signs. Let's see if we can just simply deduce this. We got 1 belt of inserters, which is 1 belt of gears, 1 belt of iron, and 1 belt of iron for circuits. So this is 2 belts of iron for gears and 2 belts of iron for iron, basically. And then some copper. So This is 2 and 2. There's 4 belts already out of the 5.5. Then we got belts, which is supposed then to be the other 1.5. So that means 1 belt of iron straight into gears, and then half a belt of iron into transfer belts directly. So that means 3 belts of iron go into gears. And then 2.5 go into iron directly, right? I'm a little bit confused. Let's look at it another way. We need to make 1 belt of gears for inserters. And we need to make half a belt of gears for belts. So that's 1.5 belt of gears. So yeah, that's 3 belts of iron. 2.5 belts, then yeah, 2 belts of iron for inserters and half a belt of iron for belts. It is correct. Alright. I think we just start with gears. Wait, just go efficiency in these or what? This makes 6 gears a second. We're gonna need to eat up 3 belts of iron ore into gears. That is, how much gears are we gonna make then? 1.5 belt of gears. $22.5. We can do belts and foundries. Yeah, I put a reminder over here. So we need to... No, I think when you make belts and foundries, you anyway need the... Yeah, you need the actual ingredients instead of the molten stuff. So yes, we can make belts and foundries. I suppose we need less... We need less iron and gears overall to make belts, since we get the 50% productivity bonus. But belts is the smaller of the two. I think I'm just gonna ignore that fact. We would need 1.33333 belts of gears then, which is 20 gears a second. This thing does 6, we still need 4 foundries, but we can of course go again for that setup. So we put 1 speed module in there. Then it makes almost 8 gears a second. I think we're not gonna do that, let's keep it cheap here. Regular foundries, regular modules, let's put 4 modules inside. Because we can afford it. We're not gonna have a use for those anymore anyway, I don't think. 6 gears a second is something like that. Okay, I'm just gonna build all of those. Okay, so don't actually need to put 3 belts in there, it's just gonna be 1 pipe of iron. We just gotta figure out... I'm gonna try to build this... So this is like chunk divided onto the chunk barrier. I'm going to try to keep it in the south, so that way I can easily double it later once I go for 2k SPM. The same area. Okay, so this outputs 24 gears a second, which is more than we need. Each one outputs 6 gears a second. We go again. We need a rotation speed of 2160. If we divide by 5, it's 432 degrees a second. That's actually exactly 5 long-handed inserters, regular ones. If we use short-handed inserters, we're gonna need to use the rare ones. Still 5 rare ones. If we use rare long-handeds, we can do it 4. I'm kind of tempted to go for long-handeds anyway. Oh, this is the moment for these rare medium electric poles to shine. They cover the entire foundry. So this should output 6 gears a second easily. 12 gears a second, then we need to do some switcheroo. We do this. Keep it more compact. And then simply do this. Output the fish. Switch it around and then do the next row. Oh, we got to... Okay. Bingo card players, be ready. We're gonna need to do the double power pole thing for symmetry. Let's put a light here for now. So we can see what we're doing. So that would kind of work. That would produce a full belt of gears. It would produce a full belt of gears. Yeah, I'm ignoring the productivity bonus on belts, since I do not mind to have a bit of overproduction going. So we're doing 24 where we need 20, but I'm counting like we need 22 and a half. Basically, that's what's going on. I kinda... If we take this back a bit... We also need to respect the chunk boundary there. Okay, so we could do this. That would be 3 belts. That would be 3 belts of iron ore into gears. That's crazy. If I do long-handed inserts, I have a little bit more flexibility with my belt routing and stuff, I feel. Maybe I'll just upgrade to those. Anyway, green signs always has been in the sign of wildly swinging long-handed inserters, so maybe just adhere to that sort and do this instead. And then if I need to, I can like snake some belts through later. I have no idea how this will turn out. Alright. So that's gears. We just connected already or what? I kinda need to do that if I... Wait, no, we can move this. This is an obsolete thing. This entire belt coming in no longer needs to exist. This is obsolete as well, but it's not in the way, so let's ignore that. It means we can move this. And we can connect the iron already before we are ready. How is iron doing actually? Iron is not falling just yet. Copper is full now. So we do get a good amount still going to green signs. I think we're going to be fine in terms of signs a minute. I think it's time to figure out where the stuff is going to come in. 90 pipes, is that enough? I think it should be enough. It's only a short distance. How are we going to get over there though? We gotta adhere the base borders still. So this chunk is... We cannot go into these chunks. We need to stay in this chunk. So iron needs to come down as well. We already have copper coming down. Now we need to somehow extract iron out of here. We can go all the way over the top. That's a bit ugly. Can I snake my way through here? Ah, wait, iron is already coming out here. That's easy enough then. Gotta go into the calcite belt, I think. Can go through the middle of here. Exactly not making it. Suppose then we'll do this. On the other hand, we cannot. Something like that. Maybe it's a bit dumb. At least if we make all of that into undergrounds, it will not block us, as underground pipes do not have a hitbox. We found that out the hard way when we tried to replace some of those blocking pipes over here with underground pipes, and biters just started spawning on top of our underground pipes. That is when we learned underground pipes do not have a hitbox, and no matter how many you place, you can just walk through them at will. There's nothing blocking you. That actually does not look so bad now it's formed like that, so I can live with that. Oh, perfect. We can do this, I suppose. Where do we go on the horizontal tour? These are the quality belts, so I probably want to keep those in case we'll ever need them again. This is petroleum gas. Maybe we can go here, just under here. Okay, that is turning out to be pretty nice. These belts are not doing anything anyway, it appears. Where's the copper ore belt going? So that is now split between the foundries and green signs. So we are kind of on a timer to finish green signs in time before inserter production falls off. But we do have this belt over here, which can sideload once the furnaces run out. So I gotta be a little bit fast about it. I think that's just where those belts are gonna end. This is not doing anything at all. Where are these coming? Okay, these are coming. Oh, we already overshot our goal. This is part... Okay, we gotta keep that one as part of the quality. Here... That is gonna be... copper, and then iron is gonna be this one. I think that's alright. We're getting somewhere. Okay, that was the difficult part. The difficult bit. Now we gotta go up somewhere. We might not have enough undergrounds. Okay, we can fit this gap though. Annoying stumps. Be gone. Okay, we're out. I don't have a ton of pipes, so I cannot easily handcraft those. Moment. Where is that ore belt even going? Oh no, that's my red science ore belt. Oh, that's bad. Okay, I am helping out red science somewhere. Why is that ore belt so poor? That's because I prioritized the foundries. I did that for green science, but I forgot I also did that for red science, apparently. So, no, actually, then we can switch this around again. This should be full again, so that's okay. Kind of a balance. Let's look at red chips. Okay, red chips is backed up, and we are indeed feeding a lot of chips into these chests now. 60 per chest already. So let me unblock those chests then. That is kinda a sign that we are good on red chip production now. So we are finally no longer relying on red chips to... on a red chip buffer to bring blue signs up to the correct number. Looks like copper ore or copper is still okay here, so we are still good. Right, we gotta get in here somehow. Not entirely sure how. Okay, this is all good, so I can post my stuff there. Do I get out of here or what? Maybe I just turn right under here. We can keep this around perhaps for reasons. I think that's too close by. Let's go here under. Those belts are gonna disappear anyway because we're gonna be switching over to liquid metal now. This gives us a little bit more space to work with. Alright, now we just gotta grab ourselves a bunch of pipes. Alright, I'm just gonna throw everything in garbage chests right now. I don't want to sort anything. I think we're gonna use these a lot actually. So let's grab some of those. That one speed module, I suppose we'll keep it. It is the red chips that are blocking us right now. Calcite. Cable. Too much iron. Too much steel. No copper, we need it at all. All those outdated assemblers. Where did we get all the stuff from, man? Alright, from the red chip rebuild. I think we're going to be using these a lot. Not going to be using these at all, but let's keep some anyway. Okay, red belts, outer red belts as well. Red undergrounds, we still have some. That's all though. Alright, inventory looking crispy clean again. They do have an interaction box here, the underground pipes. Like you can select them, but they don't have a hitbox. Those are two different things. We should start filling the steel chests again at some point. Oh wait, you know what I forgot? I forgot exactly what I went up there for, of course. Yeah, we're planning to go to Fulgora this Sunday. That's the plan. Fulgora day 1. It's gonna be in the headlights. Just like Vulcanus day 1 was last Sunday's topic. Finally, I'm starting to spend all my pipes from the early game. Can you believe it? Yep. Triple check for obscure mechanics. Alright, there we go for the pipes. Let's override those bots with some other bots. Okay, that should bring the stuff through here. Okay, we got the molten stuff in the pipes right here. Is this orientation definitive? Might be. The belts are gonna compactify. Since we are... Belts is probably just gonna be next to here somewhere. Alright. I think we just can connect the gears. I think we are good. Okay, molten stuff is in here. This is going to be all the gears. So we kind of have to, I suppose, get rid of these inserters. Same trick like with the red chips, the green circuits for red chips. Get rid of these inserters. Get rid of the inserters drawing over the iron belt, and then just bring the gear belt through here. It is going to be a bit tricky. Maybe we bring the gear belt down instead. And then we can bring it up again through the science build. That might be the way to go. Oh yeah, this is also good if I later want to go 2k SPM. I can just copy this above here and bring the second iron belt through here. Can I do that if I am this compact? Yeah, I can. I literally just need one tile to shift the belt over. Alright. No need to worry about that then. Alright. So, let's just take a little bit of space, align it with the bottom. It's a bit difficult to get up here. We don't need to get all the way up here. We need to get up here. It's going to be a bit of a jiggly belt. I suppose we'll beautify it later. For now though, it has to go like this. We'll first switch it on then. That is gears. Some gears for green science. Fish splitter needs to be flipped. Yeah. And let's save here because editing Mike will surely fall for that trick. For that misnomer. This should also be pretty fast. Except if it doesn't connect for some reason. Alright. Attempt number 2. For this one, editing Mike can bite it. Belt is missing gears. Belts are going to be made entirely in Foundries as well. So we're going to have to figure something else out for that. I was thinking maybe I'll just plop belts under here. That is 24 belts a second. 24. That could be enough belts. Can I... That could be enough belts for 2k SPM from a single machine. The question is, can I draw 31.6 items from this machine in one go later? I don't think so, because I also need to input like 21 items a second. So we're probably going to be using 2 of those. But maybe we can build those. Maybe we can build, I don't know where we build those. Maybe we'll build those against the back. I have no idea. Kinda seems weird. Let's first do this one. So iron, please grab iron. Just gonna grab these by hand. Alright, now we gotta be a little bit fast. Superforce blueprint. Hey, the fake underground finally has a reason. Alright, and barely a hiccup in inserter production. Yeah, there they go again. It's like all of them are busy. Now we gotta do that for... Now we gotta do it up there as well. We'll beautify this later. Now it's just a matter of getting it going. Again, please grab the iron. Alright, that's inserters. At least gears for inserters. These should already continuously work now. That means we can safely deconstruct some of these furnace stacks now. If we figure out which belts are going were going to gears. As this one. So this one was going to gears. We can connect that one to other one. Which other one was going to gears? It was 2 full belts of iron for inserters. It was this one. It's a bit hard to see. We cannot do the trick because there's an insert or like a splitter down the middle. Oh, it is literally this one. Okay, so we don't even need to reconnect that. If we want to deconstruct this one as well, we can temporarily just this one up. Yeah. This one was still doing something. Okay, now it's gonna get horrible though, because we got all the iron everywhere. Now, I suppose we're just gonna throw some chests down here and sort it out later. Let me first throw my inventory in here. And it's time to... I think it's time to cap off these things. If I was smart... No, if I didn't care about 1k SPM keeping it going, I would just let this run out. But yeah, we're not doing that. Looks like we're just grabbing it. Let's save the ore. The ore is valuable. Let's not waste it by smelting it into plates, now that we can actually like liquefy it and get 4 times the bang for the buck. Alright. I'm just gonna empty out these belts. Because and the furnaces, because the bots really don't like that. At stack size 1 and bot speed 2. Alright, that'll do. That is 4,000 flights that don't need to be done. Probably should like make my own chest somewhere else. Right. Now we should be okay to do this. So close to bingo and I gotta go to work. Which one are you missing, man? Tell me. I can do something stupid on command, like disconnecting power to my gear plants, apparently. And messing up my science per minute figure that way. Also, if I want to keep the rest of these furnaces active, I think I would better connect power along the edge, because we're progressively going to uninstall them. So now we got a little bit more space for the next set of buildings. I'm missing a chat one for a line. Chat, can you behave a little bit? Can you misbehave a little bit and ask me questions about why I'm not just using something? Why am I... Which is the best way to support Mike? I would say the most percentage delivered to me of the donation is probably just a PayPal donation. It has no fee to a small conversion fee from your currency. The best way for yourself to support is probably on Patreon, because then you get early access to the videos and access to the multiplayer server and the Discord and the Patreon Discord server. You get some more behind the scenes stuff out of that as well. And the early access settings and some more background information posts now and then. So Patreon is the best way for you to support, but for me personally, if you want that I receive the biggest cut, it's probably just PayPal. Yeah, send it in the mail, literally. can fly over and hand it to me in person. That doesn't have a conversion fee to it, but that might get a bit out of hand. Right, what were we doing? We were playing Factorio. Let's try to play some Factorio. So that is all the gears we need. Crazy as it may sound. Now we need iron plates. I think that recipe was a bit slower. It's 3.75. That is actually exactly half of a half yellow belt. So half of a half of a half of a red belt. This is half of a red belt. Or half a yellow belt. And this is a half red belt or a full yellow belt. Also known as 2 half yellow belts. 15 a second. That was exactly the amount of iron we needed for those guys. You need half a yellow belt of iron for belts. Actually, we need only 1/3 of a belt. Maybe I can speed this up a little bit. No, not speed this up. Yeah, speed this up. I think so, yeah, speed this up. What if we do the good old symmetric? We don't have symmetric modules anymore, but that is 5 a second almost. Almost 5 a second. Cannot make a quality module on the spot. We gotta go up there. Just want to see if it works. Before we commit to that. Quality is the bane of my existence, since you cannot handcraft anything that is quality. You have to use assemblers. Yeah, Prime sub is Prime's. If you have Amazon Prime, that is the best way to support me in terms of your own financial situation. As you're basically, you're baiting me. That's in the bingo. You're basically taking money straight out of Jeff Bezos' pocket if you subscribe to Amazon Prime. Yes, mine is 76% power consumption, which is like 4% of the maximum. I think we're gonna use this. We need the upgrades though. That is 20 iron plates a second, which is enough for both. Is that enough? How much do we need? We need 15 iron a second. For 15 inserters a second, and we need 15 iron a second for circuits, so that's 30 iron a second. Okay, that's not going to be enough then. Ah, we need 2 lines of this stuff, I see now. Can probably go with 3 inserters here, but let's use 4 for symmetry. Alright, then if I want to build on one line, I have to flip this over. I could do it like this. Does that work? Not sure if this works. Oh, I missed something. Thanks, Genova site, for the 4th month of Prime subscriptions. As well as Phantom Gnome. Thanks for taking Jeff Bezos' money straight out of his pocket. Ha ha ha. Looks kind of cool, but I think this is not working. I don't think there's a way to... I mean... could kind of work if I do this instead. But thanks everybody, it looks like a lot of people are remembering you have a Prime subscription. Don't let it go to waste. You don't need to support me with your free Prime subscription, but don't waste the opportunity. We can do this, I suppose. If I then bring the foreign sailors to outside. Then they should be outside here as well. That is going to be 20 a second. I think we can just pop the belt thing down maybe somewhere over here. That is not compatible with expanding to... out of Foundries again. Thanks Dwight Schritek as well for the Prime subscription. As well as Touchstone Gold Miss Chalstastic. Is Jeff Bezos getting married? Alright, I didn't even know. The bitrate is as far as I can crank it up in Streamlabs. 6 megabits a second. Transport bells. Let's pretend we have 2 bells for this. I suppose I could double up gears like this eventually and iron just north of here. I think I'm changing my mind on this stuff. This is a proper yellow belt. And this is a proper yellow belt. This way I can stack this higher on top of itself. Still bring the amount of belts through that I need. I don't know exactly how I'm gonna do it. Is the Calcite ship still here? Yes, it's still here. 6k Calcite left in stock. Let's, I'm running out of foundries all the time. Let's just send down 2 stacks. In case the ship flies away anytime soon. Thanks, one Peter Pan 11 as well for the Prime subscription. Last stream I had barely automated blue signs. Yeah, that's been a while. That's been a while ago. At this point in time. So even yellow bells could fit through this. One could be here, one could be here, and one more. It could be red bells. Okay, that kinda leads me to wanting to upgrade again. Because I can do 20, 46, I can do 80 a minute. Then this needs to be red. Alright, let's get rid of some of these. Can I afford that? Maybe. I just want to try my gear setup on this side as well. Gonna need to pick up some foundries. We can flip this. And then we can make it a symmetric build. Let's go pick up some foundries. Okay, copper is struggling. You can see the red bells are not full anymore. You gotta make a choice. How is red chips doing? We are again feeding out over here. We are a little bit of a ways off fully automating this. If we're gonna do this, we're gonna need a couple more modules. So let's start making. I'm gonna commit. We're gonna make a couple of these. It's the last build, man. Before we go to Fulgora, let's do it exactly. We need. What do I have? Nothing. So I need 7 more. Yeah, 7 more from each type. Last time making speed modules the inefficient way. After this we should have the EM plans. Which gives us twice the, or 1.5 times the bang for the buck when it comes to modules. Even more so when it comes to the Mark II modules, which we hopefully will have unlocked by the time we are back from Fulgora. Fulgora is not going to be a one-day ordeal, I don't think. Not like Vulcanus. I think Fulgora is going to take some time. Maybe we should not forget to actually take the modules with us. Mike pre-scripted all of this too, ideal with his spacing. I think we're gonna go back to central belts here. These are fast enough for sure. Why not help out red signs with one of the former red chips copper belts? Then you could reroute all the ore to the foundries. That is an excellent idea. See, if I had scripted all of this, I would have definitely thought of that. It would be a lot to remember for a single stream. It's not like this is a speed run where it makes sense to like memorize an entire route. It would have. Okay, I'm already doing that, I think. Am I not? I think we can just feed in one of the copper belts then into. This is already helping out as well. But where is this coming from anyway? That's just a remnant, apparently. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, so we simply feed like one of these belts in there for now, temporarily. Which one is that anyway? It is that one over there, so we don't need to go down at all. Yeah, I was gonna say, for a speedrun it kinda makes sense, right? To memorize an entire precise route and stuff. But for a one-off stream, that would be too crazy even for me, I suppose. Cable belt. Why not cable belt? What is wrong with cable belt? It kind of just comes out like that. I mean, initially, I think this is the most compact way to build it. It's definitely fitted nicely in a like tileable design under the lab area over here. So that is, we already had cables and belts here as well. I think it makes sense for red chips, not so much for green chips. Green chips we were doing directly with copper cable assemblers right above, which now have been replaced by cable belts as well. Because now we're making those in foundries. We're kind of rebuilding everything while keeping 1k SPM going, which is kind of hard. So we will do another rebuild once Fulgora is done and we got EM plans. 24 minutes by the way, 3% and 24 minutes still. Holy moly. But now, for now it kind of makes sense to just keep everything working. Our main goal now is to use foundries for everything that we can. So we get like an 80% resource cut, an 80% cut to the amount of ore we need. That is the main goal right now. So I'm not really too concerned about belting gears or belting copper cable. Now we can actually update the modules in here. Don't forget to re-prio copper ore. Yeah. It is this belt. So this is empty now. It's still kind of okay. Red chips are still more full than we left it there, so it's not too bad. Alright, let's focus on getting this done then. This is already gears for 2k SPM. Should I just build this for 2k SPM right now? I mean, it's red and green signs. It kind of would mess up my 260,000 red chip gathering plan during the research of automated railway. No, let's focus on getting 1k SPM up right now. Focus on getting 1k SPM up. This is just for later. So, belts. I suppose we can do belts now. We need to feed in 8 iron and 8 gears a second. We do remember the 8 Sailor shenanigans. That's a little bit annoying. This can go through here. Nice wobble. This together is one red belt as of now. It is more, it is more. With the speed modules it is 40 plates a second, so it is enough to feed this stuff here as well. You actually can just feed those red belts straight through them. That's 4 inserters. We need 4 more. Or we can use 5 of these, perhaps. Just keep it looking a bit more neat. Where am I gonna output the 8? Yeah, I still need to output 8. 15 bells a second per machine. Oh, dude, that is not gonna work. I think this needs to be a freestanding one if we want to output and input that kind of amount of stuff. Let's just see how we would do it if we had space. So one side is no, there is no iron fluid input. So if we had unlimited space, we would have iron input on one side. Gear input on one side. It produces 24 bells a second, but we need to output only 15. So I suppose we could do something like this. If we compact this, can we do better? How many bells is this? This is 10 inserters. 14 inserters for outputting bells. That should... Is that fast enough? How much bells can 14 inserters output? 26.8. Okay, that can output a full 24. Okay, how much can 10 inserters output? 19. Okay, so 10 inserters can output enough. 10 inserters can output enough. Also, we do not need 8 inserters here. I am mistaken. We need 8 divided by 691 multiplied by 360. That's like 5 or something. Yeah, 4.16. Okay, let's reconsider. 5 insertions per type. Where is Script Mike now when you need him? Now I can fit 5 inserters here. We need only 5 here. I suppose we can do this then as well. Oh, wait, this makes it easier. And then we can also output like such. And then we kinda have it. 5 insertions per side. How many did we need to output again? 10, right? 10 was enough. Yeah, 10 outputs 19 a second. I think 8 is not enough. Oh, 8 is enough. 8. Of course 8 is enough. I'm an idiot. Of course 8 is enough to output a full belt. I already did that. I don't know why I didn't think about that. Slight problem is that the pipe is in the way. I think we can just do this instead here. Alright, and then just get rid of this connection. We have to connect this though somehow. Is there a center? There is a center. Center is over here. Very important. Okay, maybe we sacrifice that for this, so belts can go here. That was easy. Oh, we can just simply hook that into the back of here. Oh, can we? This is the full belt of belts we need already. Yeah, we can kind of hook it up already. It's gonna be a bit tough to get up there. Nothing a little bit of belt weaving cannot solve. So basically if I sideload it on here, that's gonna have priority over these guys. These are just gonna fill up and yeah, stop working. 98%. 15 more minutes. We're not gonna be ready in time, that is for sure. We actually need slightly more bells. We need 907 bells a minute. So I gotta make this a red belt. Then it is... need to make this a red belt as well. Alright, here comes the belt weaving. It's gonna be annoying to clean up later. Belts. That should stop the entirety of belt production, including iron gear production up here. Thanks, Destroyers V0. I'm not planning to get more. I like building exact amount of stuff. Right, looks like belts has been switched off. I do not mind building overproduction on here to keep just to keep the back pressure going, and belt buffers are a thing for sure. But in terms of science per minute, I usually plan out everything to a way over the top amount of degree. So things like this happen where we do exactly 1k SPM for 1 hour or 1 minute. This is 1 hour, or you know, 10 hours, or it is not exactly on 50 hours because the swings when we switch from 60-second per technology to 30-second per technology, it kind of goes up and down because half of the laps activate or deactivate, but it's still right approximately about 1000 signs a minute on average. Probably if we could get rid of this squiggle, or if we could get a 30-hour overview at this point, we would see the we would see this being exactly 1k as well. Now it's become a sub-challenge to keep it there. You may have built a foundry in a no-no chunk. No, not a foundry, but I built the inserters there. Oh no. Ah, this is repairable damage though. Because there's nothing else. Yeah, it only affects this chunk, and there's nothing else around this chunk which can be affected. It's different than if I would do that like over here, for example. Because if I do it over here, all of these chunks get updated. And when I deconstruct it, these chunks update again, but they count everything in range, which is a lot. There's a lot of stuff in range. So there it's like forever, but looks like I got away clean with this one as well. Man. Right, we don't need it anymore, so let's just pick it up. Nothing doesn't happen. I kind of forget that biters exist, but they still could do some damage. It's not gonna go wrong anymore. They still could do some damage. I think we need to expand oil storage before we head off. Crazy enough. This is all coming from infinite free oil sources which have depleted fully while we are producing 1k SPM of blue signs. It's absolutely insane. Alright. So belt has been switched off. That is good. This has to be 5 in service as well. We got a new power line up here. It's gonna be 5 over here eventually with a belt. A red belt of stuff coming by. I suppose that's gonna be these guys. Then we somehow join that together. There's option just to underground. Straight here. And just join that in. We have some near side of the belt priorities, so let's do that. Alright, and then iron plates. Iron plates have to go to inserters. Okay, we're almost done actually. Iron plates have to go to inserters and circuits. Basically this means hook them up into these 2 slots over here, and that should be good. If we come up like over here for now, we can really just like properly get it in there. Okay, that should be easy. If this belt of gears wasn't in the way. Alright, trees. We've had our good days, but now it is time for us to no. It's not working out anymore between you and me. Okay, I don't need to join in there. I can really just replace it, so I can literally just do this. Okay, there we go. That is half of it. We do need like that 907 figure, so I gotta have that other belt in there as well. It's getting a little bit tight in here. Only I had planned this out to the last minutious degree. I don't exactly know how to say that. My life would have been way easier. So one belt goes in here. Yeah, then we should be good. But we could also make this just one belt by itself. Now let's try that first. So one belt comes in, split that off underground here, as such. Then the next one goes in here, and this one then just simply undergrounds. Repeats that trick later on. One belt here. One belt here. I think that is the entirety done. So belts is off. I think none of these furnaces should be moving anymore, except for copper. Alright. Yeah, we literally disconnected everything. Okay, so far so good. 99%, 6 minutes left to go. I should maybe save. Why am I feeding dead belts? Am I really feeding dead belts? No, that is just still not deconstructed. It is fine. Can just stay for now. Entire Gordian not up there as well. We are just interested in like getting stuff working now. I think we're gonna need more chests down here. Alright, then it's time to put a cap on everything except for copper. Dead belt feeding. What is dead belt feeding? I don't understand maybe what you're talking about. The other chunks read already. So yes, these chunks. No, yeah, no, I think I messed it up. You are correct. I did mess that up. Those chunks were not red already. That was the entire point. Those chunks were green, like the chunks right next to these buildings over here. I did mess that up. That almost... that's annoying. I must have messed up here at some point as well. In that case. It's hard to never mess up, man. I mean, here it worked because I did it in the early game and I never had to rebuild anything here again. Actually, it's not true. We did do the pump thing. The emergency power trigger, which still hasn't triggered, so that's good. The blue science area is still good, but looks like on this side we screwed up twice already. We might have a third connection coming into the base at some point then, since that is only gonna sacrifice another 10 chunks or so. Yeah, it's kinda annoying. So be it. There's nothing I can do. I can change it. I can deconstruct this entire area or something. And then again update the chunk and then build it back. But I'm not gonna do that. Am I? The new iron belt feeds have 2 dead belt. The new iron belt feeds 2 belt. No machines take from them. New iron belt feed has 2 dead belts. Just wondering if it's something important. You feeding out old dead gear iron belt? I'm feeding out old dead gear? These are sometimes working. I see what you mean. Yeah, alright. That's what you mean. Horizontal yellow belt next to inserter assembler are not used. Horizontal yellow belt next to inserter assembler. I must be dumb. Yellow belt right below inserter assemblers. Yellow belt right below inserter assemblers. Alright, is there actually a problem or no? Because I start to have a problem with inserters. Belt seems to be doing okay. Is there actually a problem, or is this just like some beauty detail? I cannot see it. I really cannot see it. I'm feeding into this one. Is that the wrong one? I'm feeding into the wrong belt? Oh, right. Looks like inserters and circuits both take from this belt. That must be it. That must be it. Is that what I'm doing wrong? It's been a long stream already, so forgive me. And it's not been an easy one. It's a pure design it from scratch kind of thing. No freedom for my brain. Heck, there we go. Planet Discovery full gore. Looks like quality module is a given. There we go again. There goes the science per minute, as all the labs temporarily switch on. Quality module 2 is a 30-second per science spec technology, so now we are gonna run on only half the labs after they get through the buffer. Alright. We get him the rocket. Yeah, we're not ready to go like we were for VULCANUS. That's alright. The VULCANUS was the important planet to get done as quickly as possible. Kinda worried now about the servers. I gotta get copper on the road, man. Something is wrong. There is still a problem with iron to inserters. Why is this not flowing? Ah, there's yellow belt. Ah, is there a yellow belt in here? Is there not? Oh, I have to... Ah. That should fix it. Trust me. That'll fix it. The problem is I'm making belts of only one side, while I pretend both are being drawn from equally. But that's not the case. And then this belt needs to be upgraded as well. It doesn't need to be upgraded to the end. But looks like we're finally entering the red belt era of this playthrough. Somewhat. About time 2, 288 hours, you can afford to play some red belts. People are losing their mind. Can you clean the yellow belt below the inserter assemblies? Which yellow belt? Somebody send us. I'll open Discord. I don't have Discord open when I'm streaming, just to save system resources. But I gotta know now. I don't see it. All right, Discord screenshot. Show me the answer. Iron... I gotta clean up... What? No. No. Do you just mean that iron belt? Man, there is so much to clean up. You don't tell me it's just gonna be that iron belt, right? Where's the... A regular Factorio? Somebody tagged me. That's probably that one. Are you actually kidding me? You want me to clean up that belt? You want me to clean up this belt? Why this belt and why not this belt? I mean, it's the same thing. They're both not working anymore. Or this belt. Or this belt. Why it's gotta be exactly that belt? I don't understand. What's wrong with you people? This belt is fine. It's a decorative belt. I am feeding it though. We don't need to be feeding it. Do you mean that I'm feeding it? Maybe you mean that I'm feeding it. Okay, I kinda agree that I do not need to be feeding it. Is this better? I can drop some more iron plates on there. That looks not nice. Let me try like backfilling this with a vest. Why is this not working fast enough though? Maybe just add one more. Outsider. Eight times 691. 6 doesn't seem to register a lot. 15.35. It should be enough, 15.35. I don't know why. Still getting in some belts from this thing over here. That probably would stop if I just remove these inserters. Alright, I'm gonna beautify the areas later. I said before, I'm not keeping myself to that promise apparently. I can even cut off that one if I just do this. Alright, then I can start on cleaning up the rest of the furnaces here. Alright, so this will get rid of all the iron ore there. Grab the rest. Alright, let's get rid of some more furnaces then. Missing lights on the right side foundries. I have no lights on any found. Ah, okay, I did place those there just for the designing. Like, I don't have my bots on me. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need some more chests, it appears. This is gonna be quite a cleanup afterwards. I might just do that off cam, that cleanup part. This is a bit of a lot of a cleanup. Actually, no, I can just throw the iron ore into the rocket, the landing pad. Should not break things. Power goes through here. I think we are okay. Things are just exponentially harder when you try to reconstruct something that needs to keep on working at all times. I think the first time I really did that was in Warptorio, where I upgraded a live nuclear power plant. What could possibly go wrong when doing active redesign work on an active nuclear power plant? The right foundry for belts is gonna be, it's like a just pre-built that for symmetry, but it's gonna be functional once we get to 2k SPM, I suppose. If this one, yeah, this one can make it all the way. So we can do the same out. I can just do that right now. Why not? Yeah, that should definitely be enough belts. If I don't produce enough belts now anymore, then I don't know. I think we can also just get rid of this squiggle then. Don't really care anymore. What do we? No, it doesn't really help. Yeah, okay, fine. Copper. Let's start on copper, man. Copper is pressing. We basically need to do the same as we did for head chips. Replace these for a belt of copper cables, which comes in actually on this horizontal somehow. It's getting a bit tight around here now. I guess we can use these belts. We can override those belts then. Okay, that is going to be easy. So I suppose we take the copper belts out of building for 2k SPM. We can change that out. Okay, I got a design for. I have a design for copper, so let's not waste that. That's a full belt of copper cable. Or what am I looking for this time? I think so, yeah, we're looking for 2 full red belts of copper cable. That is our goal. Because now we have... No, we're looking for 3 yellow belts of copper cable. So I'm actually gonna go for a different design then. This does 12 copper cable a second. Instead of 15. So this is 48 and we need 45. So we can just keep it as a productivity module. How do we output though? It is like iron gears but double. So maybe I should just output like iron gears but double. 24 a second, that is still not more than... Should I keep it this close? There's no way to snake stuff through. How far can this power pole reach? 1 tile further. Alright, so we can build the whole thing 1 tile back. That's gonna be copper cable. We're gonna have a bit of space left over on the right side. Maybe that can later be like EM plants. Maybe we can move the entirety of green signs in this area, freeing up this area. This area is obsolete already anyway. We get the same shenanigans going on here though, as with iron plates. I think we should move these to the outside. Then again, we can snake a belt through. Let's first connect this. That's a little bit annoying. Right, that's copper. Alright, copper cable. I think we're almost there. Almost there. Copper cable. Are we gonna make it to save 1000 today? That's the real question. Dip and signs incoming because of iron plates? I don't think so. These belts are not supposed to be full. They are kind of supposed to backfill though. Am I not producing enough iron plates? Oh, I know what's going on. Yes, these things are empty. Okay, priority switch. We're still okay. No, we got a priority switch. I know copper cable is about to be done. How's copper looking? We have this backup copper coming from space. Alright. First things first. We need to bring more copper or more iron ore down. Let's first... Let's first bring over the iron ore that we have. That's a little bit. Thanks INU for the Prime subscription. Alright, out of iron ore here. We're not out of iron ore. But this is obsolete. This should be changed over to iron ore. And then we have 6 belts incoming, so this entire splitter thing is not necessary anymore. So... Right. Then we have some time. Oh god, I have 40,000 iron plates in here. Okay, we do have some time. I was thinking we need to hurry up and replace the other iron platform as well. But I think we have some time. First do the copper thing then. Rip again. Don't tell me it's rip. We back? Alright, we're back. Reset again. Yeah, I see, there was a slight wobble there. Oh, the actual stream died. The session has reset for me as well. Alright. Looks like it's gonna be a 2-part stream then. For the Twitch part. Okay, let's get on with copper cable. Once this comes out, this should switch off and we are good, basically. We have the stuff, we just need to rotate that onto a belt. Bring it out. Put this onto the other belt. These are 2 belts of copper cable. Let's do use a splitter this time in case something else goes wrong. So then we just simply, one belt goes in here, one belt goes in there. Alright, so this has got to be a little bit of a swift operation. 997A, I'm not giving you the 1000 today, I don't think so. Alright, we gotta let... Oh no, wait, we can... Yeah, we gotta let those go. Rip that up. The other one should fit in right here. There's some weird trickle of copper coming on this belt, not sure what's going on. It's like we're smelting some in our OG steel furnaces. But that should be the entirety of copper cable. That is the entirety of green signs running onto foundries now. Which means this can entirely disappear. Let's stop that from going everywhere. The inserter's belt is not backed up at the moment. Okay, it is backed up. It backs up right over here. Okay, so we should still be good. It's a bit wobbly now, but that's because we just made a switch. Eventually only the top labs should be working, but it takes a bit of time because science comes from 2 sides, so it kinda is a bit wobbly which labs get access to what at what point. It's gonna take quite a bit of time actually. Right. More of my stuff. 3 chests already. This is empty. Right, this is now a dead-end power network anyway. I forgot to pick up this. Alright. So that's quite a bit more compact, I must say. And belts and gears is already built for 2k SPN. Iron would be adding this on top. Copper cable would be adding this on top. Then we still have these 2 chunks available to do the EM plant stuff later on. Or we can just build it on that side and replace it completely. We don't need to keep that around, technically speaking. Let me save here. That can be saved 998. Green science rebuild. Oh, I forgot about red science. We did not rebuild red science just yet. Stuff. Alright, I suppose here we're gonna deconstruct the furnaces. It's not gonna be so shiny and clean. I think I will put a marker in the very edge of my territory here to hope that I don't accidentally later build out of there. Alright, here it goes. Bye bye green science furnaces. What a mess. You know what, let's just keep that around for now. We have to rebuild us eventually, but eventually is not now. Right, so there's still one thing left to do, and that is copper. That is red science. The question is, am I producing enough gears to just pull off of this structure over here? And if not, do I want to upgrade it? Okay, so how many belts of gears do I need? 1, 2 yellow belts. This 15, 30 gears a second. And then this. This gives me 3 belts for 1 gear. So I need 5 gears a second here. 35 gears a second. Alright, 35 gears a second, and then red signs need another 15 gears. So in total I need 50 gears a second. I am making 6666, 6666. That's 48. Alright, looks like we are doing the module upgrade thing. So we're gonna be making another 8 modules of each type. Then I can just pull the gears for red signs off of this belt as well, but without having to separately build it. Sounds compact. Sounds like a compact plan. So yes, the last time. The very last time. Although, you never know, we might have an even laster time than this one. This works better when the inventory is a little bit less full. Wait a second. I already missed that. Yeah, I should still have those modules. I don't know where they went. I know where they went. They went in here. Automatic module upgrade thing. I wish that was not in the game, man. I never open a machine and control click something inside and expect the modules to be upgraded. I don't think that's a mechanic that a lot of people use. Alright. So I suppose we've got a couple of these extra then. Oh, they're in here. They're in everywhere. Oh my god. Oh, we got so many of those modules, dude. Alright. Well, that's a waste. Got 80. You can't have everything. Alright, so what I wanted to do is just upgrade this. Expensive modules, like other machines, like such. It now produces almost 8 modules a second instead of 8 gears a second. So if I do this for everyone, that is way more than I need. It's even faster. This is more than a full red belt of gears. So now that I'm actually drawing from both belt assemblers, I no longer need to do this. We can still do that. We're gonna need to draw a belt off for red signs. Potentially that can go here. I just output gears on the right side. Then I can safely do this. Okay, that can go to red signs. And then we just need copper plates for red signs. That's probably the same as iron plates. So let's just copy it. And we change it over to... How have I spent all those? Dang it. Change it over to copper plates. That should end up at 5 plates a second as well. But I think that should be okay. I'll just put the regular speed module inside. I'll make an upgrade planner. So I will remember to upgrade those modules. Because we don't really need to. Except now the modules are not symmetric. Alright. So that's gonna upgrade that, but at least it's in there. Power we output iron 4.94 a second. I did that for symmetry, but that kind of turns out nicely now. On the 4 outsiders instead of the 3 that are required. Even with the rare quality metal power poles. I still have to place the adjacent ones or power doesn't connect all the way through. Okay, that is... How am I doing this here? We're just side loading it. We have two outputs here. We don't need two outputs here. We need only one. Oh, that is red science. Red science was a lot easier. Now we just need to figure out how to bring that over. I suppose we can make use of these ore belts over here. The two iron ore belts. Let's go to red science. Then just bring them out to the left over here or something. And we can get rid of the copper ore belt in that case. Which is good because that one has been annoying me for a while since it's directly against my chest here. Right, so we gotta somehow get onto this track over here. That should not be too hard. We might come in from the bottom here. Both of them. Both of them. Okay, stone, we are not doing military science, so that has been idle for a while. All the red chip mines. I don't see any pollution. Not a single piece of ore is being moved. Man, this is so awesome. The foundries, man. Literally OP. Nothing. Nothing. Mining absolutely nothing. The only thing we're mining on the entire map is a little bit from this copper patch. This, which was previously just supplying green signs, is now enough to supply red signs, green signs and blue signs. Blue signs, which is like 3 times the price of red and green signs combined. It's insane. That is insane. We used to be mining 10 belts of copper. And now we're doing 2. Just by putting down some foundries. And once we put big mining drills in place, it's gonna be like we are mining 1 belt of ore out of the ground. Or even 2/3 of a belt. We're already having the regular rare mining drills. But we're gonna halve that yet again. So we've gotten a 80% discount. Basically a 400% productivity bonus on our copper. And we're gonna double that yet again once we replace this patch for big mining drills. There's like... We're using like a literal order of magnitude less copper ore than from our patches than before we came back from Vulcanus. Let's check the production graph. Or for the last 10 hours. Alright. So before the rebuild, this is when we came back, before the rebuild on Nauvis we were doing 9.3k iron and 8.2k copper. If we check out the last hour, now we're doing 1.9k copper as opposed to 8.2k. So yeah, it's literally a quarter of the copper ore. Literally a quarter of the copper ore. And iron is even more crazy. That is just going to go straight to 0. No iron ore is being mined. This is the tiny bump when I reconfigured the belt for a second. I reconfigured the belt so a little bit more ore got mined to fill the belt back. But in general, we are not mining a single piece of iron ore on the entire planet of Nauvis. And with that 0 iron per minute, somehow we are funding a 1000 science per minute base, man. Holy macaroni. Did I tell you foundries were OP? Foundries are definitely OP. Yeah, this was the right choice. I wanted to go to Fulgora first, but the EM plant just wouldn't have had the same effect by a long shot, man. I'm mining 0 iron ore on Nauvis. I just cannot get it into my brain that we are running 1k SPM at a low-tech level without all the infinite productivity researches and whatnot. We don't have any of that. 0 iron a minute. It is just funny. It is just absolutely funny. Oh man. So yeah, that is how it's gonna be now. We're gonna be mining 2 belts of copper ore. And a little bit of coal. I think coal would probably not have changed too much. Yeah, coal is about the same as before. We're not using coal for power, we're just using it to make plastics for blue signs. I think there's just variance from the labs going up and down. We'll have a look at that. Right, and stone we are not mining at all. How about oil? Oil has got to be insane as well. But in a different way. You can see it's a completely flat production line, which indicates like we have reached infinite minimum production on all pump jacks. If you haven't reached infinite minimum production, you get that line which declines over time. But we are pretty much flat out. This was the last decline of the last final oil source. And then we beaconed and moduled them up, producing 37k a minute from depleted oil sources. And we are using like average 29k a minute. I think this is when we are producing rocket parts. And this is just for blue signs. So we are mining 0 iron per minute. We are draining 0 oil per minute. As all of these have reached infinite minimum production state. And the one oil source that has been hooked up. Okay, it has declined a single percent probably during some thing, but this is not going down. This is idle. It's not pumping ever. This will only pump if there's less than 6k per tank in my storage facility, and that has gone up from 6k or 6.5k to over 22k. We need to expand this, man. We literally need to expand this before we go to VULCANUS even, to Fulgora even. Just put that on the map so I can see that. Either that one or this one. Or both, but this goes over the copper, so that's not ideal. So yeah. Yeah, there you got it. 1k SPM on 0 oil drainage and 0 iron per minute mined from Nauvis. Okay, let's look how much iron we are actually using. Because of course we are using iron. We are just not using iron from Nauvis. Let's look at the global statistics. If we look globally, we are using about 6k iron ore a minute. And that's all coming from space at the moment. Not sure what that means. I think we were just filling this up again. Look at the copper wire. Alright, finally time to enjoy this base. Alright, I'm wondering if iron ore consumption is going down. I think this was just not full anymore and we are filling it up. I think we should be consuming less than 6k iron a minute. Thanks Dojimu for the 4th month subscription. More quality content. Prime, what is Prime? Prime is where you can take money from Jeff Bezos and redistribute it for free. Man, this base is awesome. I think what that means is we have spent our entire steel buffer. Literally hundreds of thousands of steel in this buffer we have fed out. Now that we have completed the rebuild, I suppose we can start stashing steel again. Okay, there we go. Iron ore has filled up. Iron ore has filled up. The molten iron tanks are full, and there is the expected fall in iron ore production. Or iron ore consumption, so to say. These are going to be not active all the time anymore. That is great. I think I can force... So you cannot request iron ore to fall down from a specific... sorry, it's the wrong one. You cannot request iron ore to fall down from a specific location, or can you with logistics group? Okay, I should look into that. But the solution I had in mind is basically just deprioritizing this one. This one does not have any requests set. But if we go to the science platform, I would like to spend these metal asteroids first, I think. So technically, if I add a request for iron ore and force 0, I will automatically eject all iron ore out of this platform. And there it goes. So as long as I'm spending more iron ore than I can supply from this platform, which will be the case, this does about 2k a minute after deductions from space science. I'm consuming 4k a minute, which means that now this platform will basically only launch the extra iron ore out that's needed to keep the landing pad at 10k or whatever we set it to. Which means we are gonna be collecting asteroids here, and this can be like our buffer platform then. We're just gonna be buffering up asteroids here, and once we need a lot of iron ore, for example, if I want to start stashing steel again, which I do, we're gonna be using a lot more iron, especially after we get access to like more Mark II modules and better modules for the beacons, which are gonna be next. The cards. This is what we're gonna need for Fulgora on the first run. This we won't need just yet. We'll need that on the second run once we start doing science there. But this part we will need right now already. I mean, elevated rails we will need after some time once the patches run dry. We either need to hook up new patches to our trash islands where the quality modules are made, or we just need to pick up the entire quality module maker and rebuild it on a different island. I would prefer doing it with elevated railways, because picking that up, especially all the chests with stuff, is going to be horrible. I've done enough horrible stuff this playthrough. Yeah, maybe we can buff up those steel plants a bit more with the better modules, better beacons, and yeah, basically all Mark II modules in the rare tier should get us to a pretty comfortably high steel production. Right now, what we can do, since we are really not consuming a lot of ore, this is production. I think we should look at consumption. We should look at consumption, yeah, we should look at consumption here. 4.2k iron ore, 1.7k copper, globally speaking. This is the same globally as not globally, as we are consuming the iron from space on Nauvis. So here we can see what we're actually doing. I think it's time to start stashing up steel again. And that's gonna be then the end of it for today, I think. So steel is being fed out onto this belt. Somewhere over here. If we upgrade this entirely to red, can do that, I think. And no more quality steel, I suppose. I do not want to start this to join in, so I think we'll just do this. Yeah, I only want to use the steel that I'm producing in the in here now. It already comes out balanced, so we don't need this anymore. Or at least it already comes out backed up. Alright, this one should be red. That goes to engines. This is kind of our two-way weird contraption. Let's upgrade that to red as well. There's no belt weaving going on here, so that should be safe. Alright. This goes to engines, that can remain yellow. This goes to space platforms, which is already red. And then we want to start feeding out steel again towards our storage hub. So we just flip this inserter, and now this steel goes through this contraption to the right side. Let's go. It is time to start collecting. What was it again? 560,000. I think 560k steel we need for elevated railways. Man, things are expensive at 1k science. We can possibly improve the straightness of these things here. I think this is obsolete now. I have no idea what this does. Let's leave them in place in case I'm wrong and it does do something. This goes in here. Rotate that. Flip that. And this needs to be rotated around. Okay. Flip that. Then we use our super Steel Feeder 2000 flipper. And we have started collecting steel again. With the purpose of researching elevated railway in the future. I think we can afford that. This is all extra steel, it's a lot. Maybe it will dry up a little after some time. Alright, I forgot one thing, those 4 modules for the copper. Not super important. Let's do it anyway. Right, so I'll probably clean up my inventory and do some stuff before Sunday's stream off cam. Because it's gonna take a while to run around and clean up. Well, maybe I'll do it on cam. I don't know if I have time tomorrow. First thing tomorrow is I'm going to finish up the last part of my new video. It's a long one. It's gonna be an hour and 21 minutes, I believe. So I hope you like long videos because it's a pretty long one. That one is gonna come out on YouTube next Friday. It's gonna be up on Patreon tomorrow, I hope. It's going to take a while to render and then another while to upload. I'm going to upload in lossless again. It's going to be like a couple tens of gigabytes. Alright. Man, look at this. This was the easy part of the rebuild, I must say now. It looks more impressive. It looks more impressive because a lot is going on with the swinging inserters and the nice beacons, and this is the nice looking area. That's why it's nice looking because it was quite easy to set up. This was the less easy area to set up. It took me more time to build this amount of foundries over here, hook it up without interrupting science, than it did to build and design this area. Even though this was technically more materials worth of stuff. Alright, red chips is still running with quality. Green chips is still running with quality. Copper cable quality has stopped, so we are no longer collecting copper cable. That is fine with me because my copper cable chests are like literally overflowing. When are we getting fast inserters and our inserter stack size? When we absolutely need to and no longer can do without. Which might be never, but I don't think we can do that, man. At some point, we're getting into beaconed machinery now. At some point, that's gonna be too fast, man. Especially because you cannot use the fast inserters if you do a full beacon setup. You have to use the short-handed inserters. And now I only have these with stack size 1. So that is not great. But if I just use like a single row of beacons, or even like a double row of beacons with space between the foundries, I can still use fast inserters. You can get away with some pretty crazy insertion and outsertion. Even this thing technically has space for some beacons on the north side, like a single row of beacons. 4 or 5 beacons affecting a machine is pretty significant. Then we can still place like a literal 30 inserters to in and output stuff at almost 2 a second. So we can in and output stuff like 50 to 60 items a second combined for the in and output combined. Even if you look at this belts, it's 16 inputs, 24 outputs. So we could do that if we really wanted to. We'll see. Have you researched Circ Network Net? No. Still not. Maybe we're also gonna not do that as sort of a side challenge. But there are some pretty useful things you can do with Circuit Network, especially for spaceships. Make things easier. Or like even like for Purple Science, where currently I have to like copy and paste settings for all the assemblers individually, where it could just be a constant combinator, which I just set to a signal and it feeds the signal into all of those. So maybe I will research Circuit Network just to make the tedious less tedious. Yeah, programmable speakers would be nice too, as right now I need to keep an eye on many things, and I will definitely miss keeping an eye on things at some point. Alright, man. How long till quality module? About 6 hours and 45 minutes. I don't think we're quite done on Nauvis just yet. We did rebuild this area. We still need to do, let's make a list for Mike, for Sunday Mike. We need big mining drills on copper and coal. That is the only thing we're mining right now. I'm gonna make the list like... Okay, this is a super old list. Not super old, but we've done all of that. Yes to Vulcanus, yes. Ah, Fulgora shopping list. I suppose Fulgora shopping list stays. We have produced all of that stuff. Yeah, Fulgora shopping list. But first of all, big mining drills on copper and coal. Probably gotta not forget to refill repair packs before we go on our second planetary tour. Refill fighter zoo repair pack. That is before we actually head off of the planet. Expand oil storage. Expand oil storage. We started stashing up steel again. So I guess we can still put it on the list. It was a thing to do. Start stashing steel. Just for the feel good factor, we can give ourselves a check mark straight away. No. It's important, the feel good factor. Check mark. Heck yeah. What else is there? How is Red Chips doing? Red Chips should be backed up again. Okay, Red Chips is backed up again. We are slowly amassing Red Chips again. Slowly but surely slowly. 10k. 250k to go before we can research elevated railways. But that's gonna come in for free. As soon as we start researching automated rail transportation for the train stops, believe it or not, having train stops. Those should come with you should get rail signals with automated rail transportation. You should get train stops straight off the bat with railway, I feel. Yeah. It used to be two technologies, I think. Rail signals used to be a separate technology. Looks like they've grouped it up now. I don't use trains a lot, but even I know that. Yeah, but once we research that, all these red chips, which are now consumed by red signs, are going to be stashed in these chests. It should be exactly 260k over that time frame. Maybe a bit more. And steel, I hope. Steel is going to take a while, but we are going to be stashing that continuously. We're going to be stashing it a little bit when we are researching blue signs. And we're going to be stashing it a lot when we are not researching blue signs. Then all of the steel is going to take a right turn instead of just a little bit. So hopefully that will kind of pan out to complete at roughly the same time. We still have like hours and hours of blue signs to go before. During all of this time we will be stashing up steel. And we can have a guess at that. This should be doing 21 steel a second, 5.25 times 4. 21 steel a second, and engines is consuming, can calculate it as well, they're doing 907 SPM, with 12% productivity on the signs, with 12% productivity on the engines, which means we need 723 iron a minute, which is steel, which is 12 steel a second. So that's a pretty decent discount already on the yellow belt of 15 items. We were producing, we were producing 21 steel a second, so we are overproducing. Let's call this 9 steel. We're optimistic. 9 steel a second. Alright, so 9 steel a second. Times 3600 is 32k steel per hour. Okay, that's good. That is good. How much time before we need the steel? We're gonna need half of it. We're gonna need to research something else between elevated rails and automated rail transportation. So we can again make all the electric furnaces and productivity modules ahead of time. Because we only have enough steel to either feed... Is that true? Is that still true? We only have enough steel to feed one of them. But maybe no longer. These are eating up... Yeah, this eats up 20 steel. Okay, this eats up a full 20 steel a second. Okay, never mind. Yeah, this eats up 20 steel a second, and then rail eats up a lot of steel a second. Yeah, so we first need to spend steel to make all the furnaces. Then the furnace making stops, and then we spend steel to make rails and combine that with the furnaces to make purple signs without actually producing new furnaces, because we just don't have enough steel to do both at the same time. Unless we start mining from Nauvis again, I suppose, but there's no real reason to do that. Alright, so 32k steel per hour. How many hours do we have? It is still almost 7 hours to research this one. And 3 hours for the other two modules. That's 13 hours for sure. Multiplied by 13 again. That'll get us to 420k steel stocked up already. Yeah, that's pretty good. That is most of what we need. Then we have another 3 hours of researching that train stops technology. We need half of the steel before this time, but even if we... at the end of the train stops technology... No, that's not correct. We have more than that. Yeah, we have way more than that. Alright, so we will have this amount of steel before we need about half of the steel. So let's say we need about maximum 300k at this point. We will have 420. That's good. And then we are not we're not going to be like eating up buffering 8 steel a second. We're going to be buffering 21 steel a second for 3 hours. So that's fairly easy. We just add plus 21 steel a second for 3 hours. I don't exactly know what I did wrong there. Let's just calculate it separately then. That's another 226k steel, so we will have... Oh, that is gonna line up perfectly. We'll have 420k steel before we need the first half, and then during the last 3 hours, so 13 hours to get 420k. During the last 3 hours, we'll get another 230k. It's perfect. That's like 650k, like dead on the money. Dead on the money. I don't know how that works out. That is insane. All because we finished at exactly this timing as well. That is incredible. How is it possible, man? That's exactly 650k steel when we need it, and exactly 260k red chips when we need it. Man, this is working out amazing. Alright. Pollution diminished even more on Nauvis now. 1 copper patch is active. 1 coal patch is active. We will be putting big mining drills on there. Sorry, not that coal patch, it's this one. And then the rest of the pollution clouds is all like oil. Every single other one is just some oil. All the infinite minimum oil. We are having a 1k SPM base on 0 oil depletion and on 0 iron mined from Nauvis or anywhere, just gathered from asteroids. Asteroid mining is the future, not only for Factorio but also for humanity probably. I just love looking at that 0 iron per minute figure while having 1k SPM. I just cannot. It just does not fit into my brain that this is possible. I mean, I'm an old guy. I'm an old guy, I'm still stuck in Factorio 1.1 mechanics. I just cannot believe that this can actually be happening right now. It's insane. Mamma mia. Yeah, the repair packs for the Bitosus are on there. If you ever need more steel, just drop another foundry. Yeah, we can actually look how much are we globally consuming. 4.4k. We are producing 4.6k. 44 a minute we are consuming somehow globally. 4100 on Nauvis, so I can kind of work out how much iron we can send down maximum. At the moment it's 2304. I think we have space. We have the space to do more steel. 2304 times 2 minus, I think it was 365 for science. Ah no, we are pretty much exactly there. We can do 42 iron ore a minute from space and we are consuming 4100, so we can do 150 iron ore more, which is not a lot. That's like 1/6 of these machines extra, which produces 280 molten iron a second. 80 by 6. We can consume another only like 46 molten iron a second, and a steel plant consumes 90 iron a second. Actually, if I speed those up, I have to be careful for the moment that I don't speed them up by more than if I speed them up beyond 100 molten iron a second, I cannot sustain that unless I also put the tier 2 productivity modules in the crushers here, which will bump up the iron from the space platforms from 2304 to 2465 because of the extra productivity bonus on both the iron ore and the asteroid byproduct. Yeah, this is Foundries, man. Foundries. Absolutely OP. The most OP thing in Factorio, even more so than Biolabs. I would say the Foundry has a greater effect on how much stuff you need to mine than Biolabs do. I'm pretty confident in that. What's the max research productivity you can get on? I mean, this is not like the final state of Foundries either. You can put like 100% productivity modules in here once you get legendary tier 3s. Which makes the Foundry have 150% productivity on top of the good recipes it already comes with. And everything being a multi-step process. There's no way that Biolabs can exceed that. Biolabs get 300% productivity bonus. 100% for modules and then multiplied by then another, like the resource drain multiplies that, so it is 4 times as effective with science, which is 300% productivity bonus. This gets 150% from ore melting and then another 150% from plate smelting, which is better. Basically 2.5 times 2.5. So that is 525% productivity bonus once you get legendary tier 3s. Just from doing this process, just from this step over here. Melting the ore into molten ore and then making it into iron plates. If you make it into steel or gears, some point it's going to be more effective to cast iron plates and smelt it into steel with high productivity. You basically get another 2.5 multiplication factor. So you end up at, I don't even understand anymore, 1462% productivity bonus if you go the 3-step process from melting to iron plate to steel or to iron gear. No, you cannot do that. You need the molten iron. You cannot do that. Right, so you're gonna have the innate inbuilt productivity bonus. I think on steel it's like another 50% on top of that. And for iron gears it's like another doubling. So for iron gears you get 1150% productivity bonus. For steel you get 837% productivity bonus. And for iron plates you get 525% productivity bonus. But then of course those iron plates go again into EM plants and stuff. But that being said, the Foundry by itself is more powerful than Biolabs. Confirmed. At least for this type of playthrough. Yeah, the Calcite, man. Holy moly. Biolabs, I haven't used Biolabs yet, so I might come around on that. But Biolabs max out at 400%, or like at 300% productivity bonus effectively, turning 1 science pack into 4 science packs of researched technology. I think the real power comes from the research productivity bonus, which is not an innate part of Biolabs, but that really pushes Biolabs. Researching this technology really pushes Biolabs over the edge. It also applies to labs though. It's not an innate quality of Biolabs. Once you start researching these technologies, of course your Biolab starts skyrocketing and you're turning 100,000 science per minute into like 4 million research progress. But that is not an innate quality of the Biolabs. That is just technology. I mean, you can do the same for foundries with steel plate productivity, for instance. But that is a lot less useful, of course, than the research productivity bonus. I think it's time to make the end of stream save. Did I make it already? I think I'm just gonna override save 1000. That seems like a good place to stop the stream. Alright. That was a productive stream. In terms of resource efficiency, probably the most productive stream of the entire series so far. We're back to having the normal amount of labs working. So we should be back at 1k SPN. Still wobbling around a little bit, I suppose. Yeah, biter labs were biolabs. Oh god. That's probably my accent. How much of my... I have like literal external disks filled with Factorio saves. I do thin them out a little bit after a series is complete. All iron is now from space. Yes, we have done it. We have literally done it. All iron is from space now. 0 iron a minute from Nauvis. I still cannot believe it. Alright, that was the intense part of the playthrough done. I think officially now all of the intense parts are done. From the early game, 50% evolution factor against big biters, to the second combat round before behemoth biters, to getting laser turrets and claiming enough resources to actually get off of the planet, actually getting off of the planet, then literally for every million science, for every technology which was 1 million science, like rocket silo and each planet discovery, literally eating up 4 to 5 complete ore patches per technology. We've now finally negated that. and we are eating up 0 ore patches per technology now with our new foundries. Except for a little bit of copper and coal, but negligible. That means iron is no longer our bottleneck. Now copper is our bottleneck. I suppose eventually coal and stone will become bottlenecks even harder. Unless we do full purple signs on VULCANUS, which might be in the cards. Yeah. Will oil be a problem? We are literally running 1k SPM off of depleted oil sources purely. And saving up still like 9k oil per minute in the process. So I would say no, oil is probably not going to be a problem. We can module those up even harder. We've already moduled them up a little bit. But we can add more beacons. So we can add even more speed beacons. We can upgrade the Mark II speed modules. Add a speed beacon and then some efficiency beacons, and the depleted oil fields will work even harder. I don't foresee any problems anymore, to be honest. I think we've solved it. I think this stream is the point where the playthrough is finally conquered. Not really conquered. I mean, there's a lot to do, especially on the other planets. The Nauvisian aspect, though, is conquered. Feels like. We're gonna be using iron from Nauvis again, though, once we push into 2k SPM. So this, maybe we are not done yet. No, we're not done yet. We need the yellow signs on Nauvis, which is thrice the price of blue signs. We're gonna be mining iron again, but we don't need to make new patches for a while. Even if we set up yellow signs, even if we shoot for 2k SPM, because we've already set up all the patches, now we're just not using them anymore. All of this ore can be repurposed for... well, we can literally double our signs per minute, red, green and blue, with just 2 of these belts, as we are currently running off of less than 2 belts of copper. And we can repurpose all of the other belts that are coming into the base for making yellow signs. We're gonna get huge discounts on those as well, especially after EM plants. So EM plants multiplied by foundries is even more discounts. Multiplied by big mining drills is even more discounts. So yeah, I don't think we need to build any new mining patches for quite a while. We can use up all the ones we've built up so far. Yeah, we are not done yet. The playthrough is not conquered, I retract my words. This is just a flex. Going 1k SPM on just iron from space and just a little bit of... I cannot stop saying it, on 0 iron per minute. From Nauvis and purely depleted oil sources we are running 1k SPM. That is my flex. Once we go 2k SPM, that is going to go out of the window because unless I research stack size upgrade for my inserters or just straight up bulk inserters, I suppose. We can quadruple our output from here with the bulk inserters with the stack size 4 or something, which is the moment when these guys get stack size 2. And that is not far off. There's literally fast inserter, research bulk inserter, which comes with a stack size of 2 innate, and then we need 2 stack size bonus upgrades to apply it to the normal inserters, and at that point the inserter capacity for bulk inserters goes up to 4. So yeah, we can literally quadruple our output if we just stop being stubborn. We can get all of our iron from space by just building another 2 more platforms of this, like this one. But then again, what's the point of getting all iron from space if the entire planet is going to be bottlenecked by copper anyway? And we need to expand out further to claim more copper sources. We get the iron sources for free. If we need to take this copper patch, we get this iron patch for free. That's just how it is. So there is no real need to go for all iron from space, especially because I suspect that getting iron in this way uses a lot more resources on the system. A lot more UPS, a lot more update time is required to do the asteroid calculations compared to just mining resources on Nauvis, even with the long belts that I have. Like compressed long belts are just like very efficient. The Factorio devs have had years of time to optimize belt mechanics, whereas asteroid mechanics are still pretty new. They're probably going to get efficiency upgrades over time as well. But belts on Nauvis are pretty optimized, man. No, we have not yet swapped to big mining drills. What about using cargo wagons to pull more ore out? How can I use cargo wagons to extract more ore from here? My speed is limited by the amount of inserters fitting around this hub area. And there is no way to fit even more inserts around it, as we need to at least connect this on one tiny edge over here. So we're kinda maxed out. Suppose we technically have 2 inserters left over, because we are not using enough calcite to warrant 4 inserters, but eventually we probably will. Right, over 1 hour, let's check the accumulator output. About 370 megawatts in the night. Okay, let's say about 400 megawatts during the night. So that is 458, like 454 if we account for the change in labs. The labs were doing double the amount of power, but they are not anymore because we have a 30-second technology now instead of a 60-second technology. I think we have gone down in overall power usage in the base. It's not easy to show that off though. Yeah. So we have added beacon power. The foundries are barely anything. So foundries are doing 34 megawatts for 60 foundries. It's not zero, but all of those are like at or near minimum production. And still 33 megawatts. So where is foundries in the overall list? For a 1-minute overview. They're on 4th place. Behind the labs, behind the beacons, behind assemblers. Like about the same power as the lasers whose are drawing. About the same power as my 90 raiders are drawing actually. 3 times the amount of power that my inserters are drawing, the long-handed. Twice if we combine all inserters. 16 megawatts inserters, 32 megawatts of foundries. That's not too bad, not too bad. The beacons are the bad part though. Yeah, copper and coal from space is gonna be a long way off still. That's post Gleba. Between Gleba and Aquilo somewhere. After you did all the planets, all the science packs on all the planets, you will get access to coal synthesis and advanced asteroid reprocessing. Because in this playthrough we're not gonna go Gleba first, because Gleba has evolution and we are 1000 times slower in getting weapon upgrades to deal with advanced Gleban enemies. That's just not gonna happen. We're gonna do all the other science packs first. despite biolabs being so great. It's not as it's very different from a speedrun where evolution is basically not a thing. This is the anti-speedrun. Alright, I'm pretty happy the base is still looking kind of the same. So we haven't had to tear up too many parts just yet. I suppose that's gonna change at some point, but I'm kinda attached to this base, so it's going to take me some therapy to let go of it. But yeah, if we need if this area is pretty much full at the moment. If we need space for yellow signs, we need to clear up something. Probably the first thing to go is the labs. I want the rare productivity module Mark II in the labs for 18% instead of 10%. But you know, getting 2,000 of those things might be stretching it a little. So we're probably going to have to go with like beaconed lab setups as well in some sort of way. We'll figure that out at some point post Fulgora. But that would make this entire lab area a lot smaller, I imagine, which would clear up a whole lot of space for yellow signs, as well as doubling blue signs and the other signs packs. I suppose we're going to we're doing direct insertion for red and green signs, but I think we're going to have a proper lab area and just produce red and green signs on the side or something. Yeah, that's all going to be food for future thought. Yeah, legendary beacons, they reduce power considerably. For the other qualities, it's not that great. Like, a beacon does 480, the rare do 320, so that's like 1/3 better. The legendaries, though, they consume like 1/6 instead of 4/6. So legendary beacons are 4 times as power efficient as rare beacons, which is an insane upgrade again. Probably unnecessary at that point too. Alright, that's gonna be it for me. Let's switch it off. I'm not gonna have a long outro, I'm gonna go to bed. I'm gonna get up early tomorrow again. So thanks for watching, I hope you had a good time. Sorry for all the stream problems, especially in the beginning. And for the YouTube people that have come to this side, I cannot really do nothing about YouTube's shenanigans the last 2 weeks with the streams. Hopefully it's gonna be better on Sunday. If not, I hope you'll join in on Twitch again. Thanks everybody for subscribing, especially with the Jeff Bezos money redirection spree. For those with Prime subscriptions, thanks a lot, I really appreciate it. Even if I'm kinda like zoned in into the building part. This was a hard stream, man. This was a hard stream with all the redesigning. A lot of thinking, a lot of brain power going into this setup. I think next stream is gonna be not much better for me in terms of brain power. It's gonna be a bit better. We're gonna need to figure out what to do with Fulgora. Making the big mining drills should be a lot easier. Expanding oil storage is not really a big brain activity. Refilling repair packs, yeah, we can do that. We can do that. Just the initial plan on Fulgora is going to be awesome. I have a cool idea. I'm going to be using. I plan to be using logistics system technology without actually using logistics system. I hope it's going to work. I have 2 possible methods that could work. One of course involves me personally, but I might have one that automates it. Without actually unlocking the technology. So fingers crossed that it's gonna work. That is going to be for Sunday. So I hope you had a good time tonight and you'll tune in on Sunday. I kinda set up my next time. Yeah. If you are interested in finding out how logistics system works without actually researching the logistics text, then I hope sincerely you'll join me next time.